Ew, I have wet nail polish on my nails. I ate all my nail polish off last night. Let me just make sure we're live on Twitch. Oh, perfect. It's like we never left. And then let me make just checking YouTube. If you have trouble finding my live streams on YouTube, what I realized is you can type, it's like youtube.com/add a girl has no name /live streams, and it will go directly to the live stream. That helps me find them faster sometimes because I know it can be a little confusing. Give me one more second. We'll be ready to go. Tap the screen. Let's get to 50K as soon as possible. We have a lot to go over today. So cool. You get notified on YouTube. Hey, YouTube. I am here too. You get notified on YouTube when live start. Actually, I've never really been that into YouTube. I'm not that big a fan of. I used to work in the tech industry, so I take issue with a lot of different tech companies. But yeah, they like. It's like TikTok has really cool features. Google has some cool features too. Like as a teacher, I love super chats. So definitely, if you have questions, YouTube comments, concerns, do a super chat. I'm going to do breaks and go through the super chats and thank everyone. Super chats are just a way to support, by the way. If you don't know what a super chat is on YouTube, they're pretty cool. It's like you can basically, it's the same thing as like this is Cash App and Venmo, and you can send me a message and I'll read it aloud. It's pretty much the same thing, but it's like graphically posted like on the top of the YouTube chat. They're really cool. I love them. And I just got notice I got accepted in the program where you can sell merch on my YouTube page. So definitely we can start selling merch and cootery if you want to design it. We have a place we can do that on YouTube. Thanks for the support yesterday. It's been a hard couple of weeks. Oh, yeah. Did you guys watch me debate yesterday? If by support, you mean humiliating men for free. Yes, I will do that. Like debating, I rarely debate anymore on the internet because, no offense, it's not mentally challenging. And if you had the pleasure of watching me debate yesterday, you see why. It's sad. Yeah, we also like the cootery merch for the broadcast and all of that good stuff. It would be awesome if you could design some. You are my favorite graphic designer. But yeah, I do miss Pickles though. It was fun being on Pickles Live. Who did I debate? Oh, so Danny was. If you don't know, usually on Tuesdays we do the broadcast, and Danny was flying to Spain. She didn't have a secure internet connection, and Mandy has been sick for like 3 weeks. If you've been watching the broadcast, you know she literally hasn't had a voice. So we decided to cancel, and instead I was debating with Pickles yesterday, and that dude was a tool. Which one, CJ? Which one? Is the question. Yeah. He's your uncle loved how spunky I is. I can't help it. Like that's partially the PTSD and partially my intolerance for idiocy. That's why I don't debate though, because it's so unintellectually stimulating. That's why I started doing the people's receipts, because for someone like me, it's not like it's not debate. Like I was on a debate team, speech and debate team, like before, a real one where people present real facts. Like debate on TikTok is, yeah, we have all seen it. You know what I mean? It's like, how many times can you explain to someone that Biden didn't ruin the economy? God, yeah, there were some people yesterday. What were they even saying? The guy, oh my God, the best one yesterday. I just have to tell you guys this. If you, and the replay is available on YouTube, which by the way, we're trying to get to 4,000 YouTube watch hours. So the debates yesterday would be a good replay to watch. It was a shit show of me emasculating men. So definitely catch the replay on YouTube from yesterday. But there was this Iranian gentleman who came on the live and was like, I love Trump. Dead serious. You know, you guys know that 5 days ago, Trump like reinstated the Muslim ban. So I'm like reading to him the Muslim ban, and that basically that that the Iranian like American Iranian Council's like, yeah, this is horrific. Like they're gonna deport. It's not just like Trump's Muslim ban is not just, oh, we're not letting people in here from Muslim countries. They want to deport like people people who are here legally. I know someone finally paid to get rid of him. That's why I actually don't. That's my pet peeve. That's another reason I don't debate with people a lot. I actually do hate that. I I hate that people have like a pay to kick thing because like in my opinion what usually happens when women are debating is like women just get abused or belittled until someone pays to kick them, or like someone just repeats the same thing over and over and over like we saw yesterday. Yeah, how many times did that guy just say the same thing? Oh, I don't know anything about domestic policy. Oh, you don't know anything about the fact that Trump's looking for Iranians to deport and said any Muslim who sympathizes with Palestine, like you're doing on this live right now. Like it says in the executive order can be deported. Like you maybe read up on that. Yeah, people are very confused in this country. I realized yesterday after those debates, it's like the death rattle, like the justification of still trying to figure out, like, well, I voted for this guy and I don't know, like, I'm still clinging to hope that it's not what I think it is. I have super chats. Okay, cool. And actually, my doorbell just rang and I have like 3 computer monitors coming today so I can better manage YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I'm scared that they might be outside. So I'm going to just go check. Wait. Oh, never mind. I think my dad got the door. My dad is home from work today because he's sick. So, okay. Everything is going to be fine. My computer monitors will not be stolen. Yeah. So again, the replay is available on YouTube. If you didn't catch the debates yesterday, they were pretty epic. There are super chat. Miller, thank you so much for subscribing to Felice's Friends Forever. Features to come. I'm so excited. Kudri said, good morning, beautiful people. Make sure to smash that like button and share the live to support. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the super chats. Welcome, Twitch. Oh, yeah. Hey, Kraken. Good morning to my favorite person. I think before oopsies, I just opened a window. So I'm still learning how to use PCs. I'm such a Mac person. This is new to me, but I'm getting better. Hold on. Sorry. To bury the lead. I thought I added this stuff to the presentation. Hold on. But well, I'll just talk about it. So before we get into it, I'll just give everyone a bit of good news. I do think that the good news from what we've been, if I look tired, yeah, like what has happened in the last 24 hours, 48 hours in America has been pretty draining on me, especially it has directly affected my family in many ways. I'm sure it's affected all of yours. If you're not following me on Substack, I started posting yesterday pretty much out of desperation. I know TikTok doesn't notify when I'm live. Make sure you're following me on YouTube. It does notify you when I go live on YouTube, which I've noticed. I never had a PC before either. So, and I've never had them open like this before. And all of these updates when your favorite creators are going live, it gives you like warnings and tells you if they're scheduled. Yeah. So it does in certain places. is. You can do that on YouTube. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. It is very, very important. If you, oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, this is some orders of business. I said this once. I'm just going to say it one more time and then I'm going to move on to Twitch. We're trying to get to 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. Again, highly suggest watching the debates from yesterday. The replay is available on YouTube. I think we are about 400, 500 watch hours away from getting to 4,000. And then in order to become a Twitch affiliate, I guess we don't have a ton of people in the Twitch chat watching. So if you can open another browser or whatever and join the Twitch chat right now, that would be much appreciated. It's a girl has no name and participate there because we need to average, I don't know what it is, like 6 people like consistently in the Twitch chat. It's the last thing we need to become a Twitch affiliate. Yeah, Kimmy, I see what you're saying. I totally get that. And many people are affected by what has happened in America. In the last 48 hours, and we're going to get into it. Sorry, someone from the chat was talking about. Oh, sorry, I think I froze briefly for a second. It looked like on my screen. I don't know what that was. But anyways, yeah, we're going to talk about the federal assistance ban. But if you did not see about an hour ago, it was officially rescinded by I just want to, and I want to be clear, and I'll show all this, like I'll take you guys through it. But it was a memo, like the executive order was signed about this stuff days and days ago, right? But the plan is flood the zone with shit, right? That is the point. Overwhelm people with so many executive orders, so much legislation, so much bullshit in the media that we physically cannot consume it all, and we cannot process it all at once, right? We are just now figuring out, like, think about what was happening with the federal assistance, like everything, like for any federal grants and all of that being shut down. The only reason that was really brought to light is because finally a memo went out from the Office of Management and Budget, right? And that's what happened yesterday. And then a reporter got a hold of that memo that, there are now whistleblowers coming out from inside that department saying what the F is, federal workers saying what is going on here. Yeah, this was all written in Project 2025. I just want to be clear. And I don't know, I don't want to sound like I'm gloating, but for all the people that were like, oh, it's fear mongering. Yeah, well, it's funny because every word of this is written in Project 2025. We're just playing out a literal play, and there's a playbook. It's all written, and it's play by play, literally. And I had to listen to moderate Republicans be like, it's not going to happen. It's not a thing. Well, welcome to hell. And I mean, I guess we'll have to learn by suffering. That's what I kept thinking yesterday. We're going to learn by suffering. The most people are on welfare in red states. The most people are on SNAP. The most people are on TAMP. The most people, all these programs that Trump tried to cut off yesterday, the most people are using them in red welfare states. Surprise! Have fun losing. I can't wait either. And we're going to talk about that. And I found this clip that I thought was a good idea of how do we mobilize? What do we do with this information? Because in my opinion, what needs to be happening in red states, right? How can the Democratic Party organize? I heard someone say, and I don't, stop sending out fundraising emails and get on the ground, and mobilize, right? Because I guarantee you, in case you don't know who's on the welfare, I don't like saying that word, but when I'm referring to the red welfare states who are using most of it, I think I will say welfare because they love to talk about welfare queens. So, they are located in the red welfare states, the majority of them. And you know who's on that welfare? Predominantly a lot of white people in those states. So something tells me when they voted for Donald Trump, they did not think they were going to lose all their benefits. And so Democrats in red states need to be mobilizing, need to be organizing, having local town halls, right? People are in chaos and looking for answers. In my opinion, there needs to be local town halls going on and organizing and people getting information to people who are confused. Do I still have benefits? Will I have benefits in the future? These are the conversations that should be having and be people should be having in local districts, right? And if you haven't found your local district, like it's like LD5, LD4, look up what local district you're on. I would say just start by signing up for the weekly email list. That's what I did. I started working on the Kamala campaign like on the national level that I was like, oh, it occurs to me I should figure out. And then I would be at huge campaign events and people would be like, what local district are you? And I was like, I don't know. Like, find your local district and start suggesting these types of events. I literally sent an email last night and I was like, hey, mine's LD27 in Arizona. And I was like, I think we need to be mobilizing and answering people's questions, right? I think there's going to be a lot of Republicans in this district looking for answers of what's going on. What about my benefits? I didn't vote for this. And what is our messaging? Like everyone find your local district. Yeah, find your local LD. I guarantee they probably have a website for each local district. Send an email and say, hey, how are we messaging people? How are we reaching people about this crisis when people have questions? So that's just my PSA on how do you get involved on a hyper local level. When I felt helpless last night and thinking, what can I do right now? That's what I did. Yes, call the golf course, call Doral, where we'll get to that. Don't even get me started on Doral. I will get there. I promise you. We're going to get to all the BS. Sorry, let me get to the bottom of the YouTube chat. I need to make this bigger. There we go. Skip over a bit. Okay. I'm just going to start out because I think I posted this maybe make sure you're following me on Substack. I'm going to start posting videos and doing more on Substack. The more I'm on Substack, the more I like it. I'm really feeling Substack. If you're not on Substack, be on there. Like there's probably all the best independent journalists are on there. Like it's pretty cool. Anyways, Ron Filipkowski posted this. He was talking about if you wanted to know how an autocracy, my pet peeve is when I'm on lives and I can't see the chat. Okay. If you wanted to know how an autocracy would start in America, it begins by releasing violent thugs from prison who beat up police defending Congress, right? Illegally firing every inspector general, many of whom Trump appointed. That's not said here, but these are people Trump himself appointed that he fired so they can't oversee what he's doing, right? And seizing billions appropriated by Congress for people with no authority to do so. Yeah. This is all a money grab. Follow the money, right? They're trying to flood the zone with shit so you can't focus. Focus on being robbed, right? What Trump tried to do, the federal funding he tried to freeze, it's $3 trillion. You want to know why Republicans want to cut all this funding? It's $3 trillion they can redirect towards themselves. We are talking about $3 trillion they want to redirect to themselves. That's why this is a big deal. They are trying to steal $3 trillion that was going towards, right, things like Head Start, preschool for people that can't afford it, and Meals on Wheels. And they're saying none of that's necessary. Don't worry. We'll find what's worthy of it. And let me guess, it's going to be all of Elon Musk's projects, right? It's going to be a complete bullshit. When the president on every issue says that he will decide what he is allowed to do under the Constitution and nobody else, every appointee and member of his party obeys because they are either corrupt or afraid of him. And SCOTUS has given him immunity. You have an autocracy. Quite literally. The job of the legislative branch is to make the budget. And what we have is Donald Trump saying, I make the budget. I don't care where these funds have been appropriated. They literally, you remember the fight over funding in December? These funds were literally appropriated by Congress. This is what the 1974 Impoundment Act is about. It was about Nixon trying to do this same thing and the Supreme Court ruling, right? This, you cannot do this. Congress appropriates money, and where they appropriate it to, the president has 45 days and then has to send it. That is why Joe Biden had to send money to Israel when they were committing war atrocities. He had to. He waited as long as he could, and then he sent the money because he would have been in violation of the law had he not. Okay, and I thought I would start out with a piece of good news because we need some good news. God knows we need some good news today. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 50K. TikTok, get those fingers tapping. This is what we're doing. Oh, and just a reminder, if you need to recharge coins or subscribe, that can be done through tiktok.com/recharge. And you get a 25%. We should never get coins anywhere else but tiktok.com/recharge. They're like 25% off. We've all been being robbed on the /recharge. Sorry, we've all been being robbed on the like buying coins on our mobile phone. So if you need to get coins and or subscribe, which I'm trying to get back to 500 subscriptions on TikTok. So if you want to subscribe, please do. It will be much, much appreciated. But yes, you can get coins at a much more discounted rate on tiktok.com// Well, I always, whatever, to me, slash is backslash. I guess or I mean forwards. It's not is it a backslash or is it a forward slash? I don't even know. Okay. Anyway, so I just want to say this is really cool. We flipped a seat in the Iowa State House. This is a Trump plus 21 seat. In his first special election since Donald Trump took office, Democrat Mike Zimmer has defeated. I'm sorry, did I say Iowa State House? I mean Iowa State Senate. If I said State House, sorry, my brain's a little slow today. I have been up all night again. Family problems. Anyways, Democrat Mike Zimmer has defeated Republican Katie Elizabeth Whittington to flip Iowa State Senate District 35, a district Donald Trump won by 21 points in the November 2024 election. We still have to work our asses off, right? We have to resist however we can. We need to get involved in our local districts. I know, this is what I keep thinking for Arizona. It's nice to have 2 Democratic senators. It's nice to, at least for now, have a Democratic governor. But, that's because she ran against Carrie Lake, and this state would rather unalive all of us at the same time the deal with Carrie Lake. But I mean, it's all well and good, right? We do have a Secretary of State that's great. That's a Democrat. We have an AG that's a Democrat. But we have MAGA controlling our state legislature. And so these local races, if you don't think your state legislature matters now, has anyone seen the insane bills coming out of state legislatures? These are the people that will affect your daily life. Right. And this was a Trump plus 21 district, and Trump being Trump has flipped this seat for us. I was saying this to Fax. We were texting really late. Fax still mattered. We were Steve last night pretty late because so much BS was going on in this country all night long. It's much later for him. He's on the East Coast. And that's what I was saying. I was like, I was like, yeah, we're in a constitutional crisis. We are in an actual crisis where people aren't going to have medical care and food. But hey, I don't know what is a better. People are being rounded up unfairly. I can't. In Arizona, American citizens are being accidentally rounded up. That's pretty cool. Because they're brown, right? That's what, a violation of people's constitutional rights. But hey, I don't know what's a better campaign ad. Like these, I'll show you a video of these ICE raids going on in Florida. That's right, Hispanic people that voted for Trump. Get ready to be racially profiled. This is what you guys voted for. I thought this was your dream. You guys didn't want them to go door to door and accuse you all of being illegals and violate your constitutional rights. I know this is America, but this is good news. A plus 21 district in Iowa all of a sudden doesn't want a Republican. Very interesting. Bodes well for the future. This was interesting. Again, I'll never bring you polling anymore unless I think it's absolutely necessary because I think we're all so burned out of polls after the election. But it's giving no. It's giving no to taking over Greenland. Because just to be clear, unless Donald Trump raises the American military, by the way, with our tax dollars, we will pay for it and benefit not at all when he steals all the minerals under the ice. I have no idea why I'm going to blame TikTok, and TikTok says my connection is fine, so I don't know. I think I'm freezing a little bit, but I have no idea why. 85% of them, the only legal way, let's put it this way, short of us, our military marching over and just taking over, is they can vote, right? They have an election coming up soon and they could vote for independence. Just like Scotland a few years ago, they had a vote for independence that didn't go through. They can do the same thing, and it's not really looking good. And just to be clear, the 15%, it's not even that they all want to. It just said 6% of Greenlanders are in favor of becoming part of the US and 9% are undecided. So I doubt we are going to march in. I mean, unless Trump is truly out of his ever-loving mind and wants to start a real war. And I didn't put this in the presentation, but they are literally in Denmark debating sending troops to Greenland because of Trump. Yeah. Well, just imagine, I'm just going to say this. Imagine, why would you want to leave? Denmark has some of the happiest people in the world. They have the best social safety nets, the best subsidized education, subsidized childcare, subsidized healthcare. Like, you tell oh, surprise, Greenlanders, you'll never go to the doctor again. What the? Cool. Right there. It's like nobody wants any part of this hellscape we're in. So, sorry, now we have to move on to the gross news, right? Donald Trump signed these 4 executive orders. One of them includes language about banning transgender folks from the military. We do not know yet, like, the language of this. I was even searching for it. I was making this from this outline from 4 a.m. till 11 a.m. And the language of these executive orders, I can't find. Like, no one can. I found a clip of, who is it? Gross in the guy who shadily, the congressperson who keeps outperforming the stock market, that when no one else can. I'm not saying he's an insider trader. I'm just saying it's very strange, Dan Crenshaw, that somehow you beat the market all the time. He even said, he's like, I haven't seen the language around this. There's some language when you read articles around it, and I'll get into that in a second, but I haven't seen the overall language. I don't even know if Trump knows how this is going to go down. But Jasmine Crockett said, let's be clear, this order will block qualified, patriotic, experienced service members from serving and defending our country. Could not agree more. It degrades our military readiness during a recruitment shortage. Yeah, we are in a huge recruitment shortage. I mean, this is an autocracy, so let's just get the draft going. That will be, I'm sure MAGA voted for that too. And just to be clear, and this, I've read up on this, and if you want to read this article, I suggest it because I think Reuters was first to report on this, as far as I know. But they already had a lawsuit drawn up. Like there are, I think it's either 5 or 6 transgender folks in the military. They already have a lawsuit drawn up, and they are already going after them for this, right? Because what's not in question is like, okay, can transgender folks now not apply to enter the military? Are you throwing the transgender folks who are in the military out of the military? That's what's at this point not clear. So, but they have filed a lawsuit. The transgender rights advocacy groups filed a lawsuit on Tuesday, right, yesterday, against U.S. And just think about this. All of this bullshit. I want you to keep this in your mind when we go through like what we've learned today. All of this bullshit our tax dollars pay for. With all of these lawsuits that are labor lawsuits that are going to file, I mean, there's going to be thousands of labor lawsuits filed. Right? Trump is going to try to purge the federal workforce. They're all going to file labor lawsuits. You know who's paying for that? Us. The taxpayers. He's going to fight those lawsuits with our tax dollars. Yep, I'm updating the gift goal. Sorry. Like I said, I'm a little slow today because I haven't slept very well. Oops, I put 1. That would not go over well. Okay, I'm pinning it. Got it. Thank you for reminding me, guys. Double checking. I'm not missing anything. Anything. Pay for that. Everything Trump's doing when it's challenged in the courts, our tax dollars pay for his discrimination. Oh wait, and here it says on the bottom, Trump signed an executive order on Monday that took aim. But if you click through that hyperlink, it doesn't go back to the executive order. That's what I'm saying. I can't find the executive order. No one can. And other Congress people were saying, we haven't seen the text of the executive order. For some reason, they're not releasing it. At one point, saying, and this is what I wanted to read you guys, that a man identifying as a woman was, quote, not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member. The humility and selflessness required of a service member. What? Do you know how many people are in the U.S. military that don't exemplify humility and selflessness? What does that even mean? This is what he's saying about transgender folks in the military. They don't have humility and selflessness. You know, in order to be in combat or any OS, the standards are the same. One has the same standards in order to be in combat, right? Or to get any post. So I don't know what he's talking about, but I thought that quote was ridiculous. That's why I'm reading it. It says a lot of other insulting things. You can read different articles about this and you'll see all sorts of different things. But yeah, there are 6 transgender service members. Okay, I said 5 or 6. So it's 6 that are, and this lawsuit is based off the 5th Amendment, equal protection component of the 5th Amendment. So, well, and then I found this other section in a different article that gave some more I'll say insults. I was going to say information, but let's call them insults. Keep tapping the screen. Tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. We need to get to 600K today. We can do it. I know it. So Trump, this is another quote from this executive order. Quote, regarding trans identifying medical standards for military service and to rescind guidance inconsistent with military readiness. So what this executive order says, and it gives a period of time, it's sometime in February, if I'm not mistaken, because I read so many articles on this, because it's just, you can find pieces of it. You can't find the entirety of it. But what they're saying is like, hey, you have this amount of time to set different medical standards that will basically exclude people who have transitioned. And they were, and I have some clips for you on this, Cubig, just to give you an idea of how confusing it is, because Congress people don't know. The order will require DoD to update all medical standards to ensure they prioritize readiness and lethality. They already do. Like, to get an MOS, to be in combat, the standards are uniform. It doesn't matter if you're male, female, or anything in between. We all have the same standards. So I don't know what this is about. It's just more discrimination. Yeah, and this just goes back through the history, right? First, he revoked, there was one executive order that revoked like thousands of, different things that Biden had done to protect transgender people and other minority groups who were in danger. And in one executive order, you can find it, and I showed it to you guys last week, and it just lists. And if you read the list, it's all just like, civil rights and DEI and anything that protected minority groups, the LGBTQIA, he rescinded. So he rescinded, right, the order allowing transgender people to serve in the military, which we know. And then amount of time to come up with military standards that will exclude them, I guess, based on a medical basis. That's what it sounds like. But again, I have not read the entire executive order. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is the other stuff. So there were other things in the 4 executive orders he signed. This is for the military complex. We're going to build an Iron Dome over the United States. Oh, that's only going to cost us like what, $1 trillion? So I bet Elon Musk won't get any of this military contract. That would be wrong, right? If Elon Musk was in charge of deciding what government waste was and then was going to award himself military contracts, that would be strange. Notice how all you hear from the billionaires is, increase the military, increase the military industrial complex. Again, follow the money. Look who has stock positions in the military industrial complex. They all do. Look who is getting federal grants. We turned off all the federal grant money to people, Meals on Wheels. But God knows the military, that's the point. All of the money, the federal budget is like $3 trillion for grant money and things like that. And Trump's going to decide who gets it. I wonder how much of it's going to go to the military industrial complex and who exactly will benefit. Hi, Doug. Welcome. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Let me make sure my goal is pinned. Look at me remembering things. Oh, I need to open Cash App and Venmo. I'm doing good. Look, we got new subscribers on Substack. Again, all of to subscribe to YouTube, Substack, all of the stuff, it's in my link tree. So if you're wondering how to do that, thank you for following me on Twitch, Sarah. I appreciate it. All of that stuff is in my link tree in my bio. I realized there's a whole feed of all these things, the super chats and everything. Awesome. We have a lot of followers on Twitch. Okay. Yeah, so the Iron Dome, that's some bullshit. Then another thing he signed was banning DEI, right? Another order that Trump signed on Monday takes aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. So it's more discrimination, right, in the military. The order will ban the use of discriminatory race or sex-based preferences, which there weren't in the first place. But the order directs Hegseth to internally review cases of race or sex-based discrimination based on past DEI policies and require DOD and DHS to review curriculum to eliminate radical DEI gender ideologies. Yeah, so fierce Navidad, that's funny. I like it. The fact sheet adds that Trump is committed to because they again, I haven't seen these executive orders, but they released a fact sheet to the press, which usually they do. We're committed to a merit-based system with sex-neutral policies and colorblind recruitment, promotion, and retention. It blamed the so-called woke assault for the military's flagging recruitment numbers. Oh, it's our fault. Trump's president now. It's his fault. This is just the latest of actions of Trump. And I looked this up after I was debating one time and I was getting so. Oh no, when I did this statistical analysis, I think I did it after the Pete Hegseth response. I did an analysis of systemic racism in the military. Data analysis has revealed racial disparities in military justice administration. Black service members have historically faced court-martial proceedings and disciplinary actions at disproportionately higher rates than white service members for similar infractions. Training and assignments. Research indicates that service members of color have historically been disproportionately assigned to combat roles rather than technical or administrative positions that could translate to civilian careers. Healthcare access. Studies have documented disparities in healthcare access and treatment quality at VA facilities with veterans care and facing longer wait times. What do you know? It's the strangest thing. Facing longer wait times? So again, this is just talking about studies have shown lower promotion rates for service members of color, particularly in high office ranks. As of 2020, racial minorities remained underrepresented in military positions compared to their overall representation in the forces. And these are just a few. So if anyone's telling you there is no systemic racism in the military, that's what DEI is supposed to be combating. Tap the screen. You're doing a great job. We're almost to 100K. Tap, tap, tap. That is what it is supposed to combat, right? When we talk about, there is systemic. I'm not talking about Billy the infantryman being a racist. I'm talking about systemic racism, right? That can be tracked, right? With statistical analysis. And we know that it exists inside the military. And that's what things like diversity, equity, inclusion are meant to remedy. Now, diversity, equity, inclusion never means you don't have to be right? Donald Trump is the one who's putting people in positions who are not qualified. Pretty much every person in Trump's administration does not have the qualifications to be in the position that he has been giving them. I don't think there's feedback. I can hear in my ears what you're hearing, and I don't hear feedback. So I doubt there's feedback. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's always good advice. Thank you, Billy. If you are hearing feedback or anything, just swipe out and come back in. Yeah. I don't think there's feedback. I can hear. These are ears to hear that sort of thing. The other order that was signed is reinstating military members who refused vaccinations. Do you know our tax dollars are basically giving people back pay for like 5 years? You know what I think would ruin military morale? This is just an opinion. Giving people 5 years of pay who quit, while people who worked for 5 years, get nothing. That would annoy, that might hurt my morale if I was in the military, Truly, like who comes up with this stuff? We are in a veritable nightmare. And like, let's just say, I don't like the military is different, right, than a normal job. It doesn't matter if the policies are good or bad. Do you know how many policies have hurt women in the military and not protected them from assaults and things of that nature? Who cares? I mean, not who cares, but I mean, that's the military. They didn't quit. And if they did, they got nothing, right? Whether I'm just making the point that like whether the policy about, and if you don't know, when you go into the military, you are vaccinated. Like, I mean, you get dozens of vaccinations because they can't have disease spreading through the military. That's how America was taken over by zoonotic illness. So that there's tons of vaccinations. So you have to do whatever they tell you to do, right? And this is the one instance where they're apparently just like, hey, you guys get a bunch of money even though you quit. I bet people who've been working in the military for the last 5 years love that. And as a taxpayer, I don't love that. I think the military is literally about every single day doing a series of things you don't want to do. That's what Division 1 athletics is. Did I want to, if I had a college, I had my college paid for, but I literally was tormented for 5 years. Like every single day I was tortured, I was tormented, I was sexually harassed, and I got a college scholarship. Were they like, "Oh, you can still stay here and we'll pay for your college?" No, they weren't like that. You just had to suffer to get a free education. That's how I see the military. Every day it's miserable and you're just I mean, you're just saying, "Yeah, I'm going to suffer through this. This shit sucks." The same thing with Division 1 athletics. You literally sell your body. This is capitalism. We're all selling our bodies in different ways. I would invite everyone to think about way. If you don't think you've sold your body, I would say that you actually have. We all have. But yeah, that, I mean, Division 1 athletics, that's what it was. You didn't own your own body anymore. And same with the military. You can't make your own medical choices. I have a friend who got a forced C-section in the military. You can't even decide how you give birth. And these people deserve 5 years of back pay for quitting. Like, women can't make decisions about how they give birth in the military. Your body's not your own. Oh, sorry, you had to get a vaccination that's been proven to work. When I went to South America, the vaccinations I had to get were so pain. I mean, you want to talk about like vaccination site pain? God, COVID is not the worst. Now let's move on to the more horrific stuff. I was sending messages in the Discord last night. By the way, if you want to join the Discord, again, my link tree in my bio, there is a forever link in there right now, so you can join that way. Please do. That way, when I'm sending my rants in the middle of the night, you can get them as well. Join Substack and things like that. This is probably the thing that was bothering me most yesterday. Today was my great honor to sign an executive order banning the chemical castration. That's not happening. Like, that's not a thing, right? That's not happening. And medical mutilation of innocent children in the United States of America. Our nation will no longer fund, support, promote, assist, or support so-called gender-affirming care, which has already ruined far too many precious lives. No, it hasn't. My order directs, this whole thing is a lie, but whatever. My order directs agencies to use every available means to cut off federal financial participation in institutions which seek to provide these barbaric medical procedures. Yeah, this is the denial of science, right? We have study after study that says the opposite of this, but Donald Trump's a doctor now, so cool. Donald Trump's a doctor now. He's literally thinks there's a goddamn faucet in California that he turned on and lost it. We'll get to that all day yesterday. Trump has lost his goddamn mind. These are not barbaric. If anyone wants to read this, I've only gotten like halfway through it. If you want to read it, this is the specific executive order. Yeah. Forget F science. Remember, research is still paused. Cancer patients can't get their care. Cancer research, he is cut off scientists from doing their work, off funding. That is still going on. I saw, well, and I think I recorded, I think it's in this presentation, a clip from the governor of Kentucky, Andy Bashir, talking about bird flu and being like, hey, I think it's spreading to Kentucky. Like, but they don't have the numbers because Trump's cut off funding from scientists. Yeah, and I put this in the Discord yesterday when, right, Trump signs order restricting gender affirming care. It's Trump, yeah, and I wanted to find. Wait, which part of this did I want to read? Yeah, this just has more information, right? And again, it's something, it says on Tuesday, taking steps to end gender affirming care directs agencies to take a variety of steps to curtail surgeries, which are rarely happening. Do you know how many doctors in the United States do gender affirming surgeries? You act like it's happening with general practitioners. Do you know how many there are total? Barely any. Hormone therapy and other regimens. This is so scary. And it calls it junk science. It calls it junk science. Actually, it's real science, actual science. Trump wouldn't know science if it punched him in the face. Oh, yeah. And I just wanted to remind everyone of this study. This is one of I could point out, and I have pointed out over and over and over. How many studies have we gone through on the broadcast on Tuesdays? And I've taken us through several on this show because I'm tired of the lies. But this is one of my recent favorites. So this specific executive order, Trump is making that kids are going to school and getting surgeries, just like he said his whole election campaign. Yeah, none of that is happening. And you know how I know? Because the only place, right, Medicaid, if you've ever had Medicaid or Medicare, they don't cover any of this stuff. Do you know if you want these types of procedures, it has to go through private insurance, right? This is a JAMA, if you know, this is the most reputable medical research journal in existence. This is a JAMA, in the JAMA Pediatrics Journal, right? And I'll go through. I'll reference it because I'm not going to take the study languages. It's a lot to go through. But again, this study I'm showing you was done by Harvard, right? This is the Harvard Gazette, which is their paper talking about this study. But if you want to screenshot this is from JAMA. If you want to look up the research letter and you ever want to reference it, just screenshot this. This is the headline of the actual study. But this is from the Harvard Gazette talking about this study because they primarily did most of this work. Ooh, let's have Lainey come up here. Good, Lainey. Thank God, Lainey. Excellent timing. But let me just say, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glid you're here. But let me say,
I was just out going to the grocery store, but
I love that you're here.
Let me hop up real quick.
This is perfect timing. So I love this study, but. And again, if you want gender affirming care in any way, it has to go through private insurance. It's not covered by Medicaid and Medicare. And so basically Harvard
I will correct you
it is, yes, but in small amounts.
There are some things covered, but like hormones, right? Like it doesn't necessarily cover much else other than that. Maybe bottom surgery for adults. I actually don't know about that one, but I know it covers hormones. You know that again, like you said, vanishingly small number of kids that are getting any kinds of surgeries. And when we talk about kids, we're talking about 16 and up, at which point cisgender boys with gynecomastia would also be allowed to get, double mastectomies, and cisgender girls are able to get breast augmentations at that age as well, as long as they have parental consent, of course.
Which is
and nobody cares about that. And that's also like 10 to 11 times more the amount
Well, they better not be able
than the
to
number of trans
anymore.
kids
That's
ever.
gender affirming care. So,
No, they always carve it out for
no,
cisgender people.
I'm
So like,
kidding,
yeah,
Lainey.
they
That's
always do.
sarcasm. That's
One
sarcasm.
thing I know, but I do want to point out that if you go and look at the executive order, what age does it go up to?
Well, it says under
Do you have it in
19.
front of you?
Are you talking about 19? It says
Yes, under
19. Yeah, I read
19,
I
not
read
under
the fact
18.
sheet.
So
Under
they're
19. Yeah, 18. It
adding
goes through
the
18.
fully through 18 as well. So this is people who are legally adults now that are also being banned from getting this care. And we have said that they are going to creep that number up, state by state until eventually it's all care. Terry Schilling of the American Principles Project said in 2015, well, he said it to the New York Times later, but like that when they started planning this whole anti-trans push, after they lost the Obergefell case that legalized GIY marriage, they needed a new boogeyman. They picked us. Um, and all of these right wing think tanks got together. And he said that their goal is to eliminate all transition care, but we'll start with the children because that's where we can get a consensus first. So
Oh, I don't
and they keep
disagree.
bringing up this like fake notion of the brain not being fully developed until 25, which is completely debunked. You can look it up. That was based on studies that were done on people's prefrontal cortex
Yeah,
up
it's the
to the
frontal
age of
lobe.
25.
It's the
Yeah,
frontal
but
lobe.
no,
It's
that
not the parts.
yeah,
Yeah.
but either way, like the study only studied people up to the age of 25. They just didn't go past that. That didn't mean that the brain stops developing at 25. Like the prefrontal cortex, the frontal lobe, that continues to develop until it starts to deteriorate in old age, right? Like, so it's debunked science that they're now basing the idea of like for certain things, like things they want to ban in marginalized groups, they can say, well, you're not even an adult until 25 now, technically, which is completely wrong and not based in reality in any way whatsoever.
Yeah. So the reason I love this study is just because it looks at, I mean, as somebody who loves statistical analysis, this is 5 million, right? If you understand data sets, to have a data set of 5 million, Harvard has done a fabulous job with this study. From 2018 to 2022, they combed through the 5 million private insurance claims, right? Which is where the vast majority of
Yes, for sure it
gender
would
affirming
be.
care is happening in private insurance claims. And again, this is the Harvard Gazette talking about this study. And basically, what the study confirms is that less than a tenth of 1%, right, of private insurance claims are children getting gender affirming care. This is not happening. This is not happening in the United States. So imagine the level of fear mongering, the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent scaring people, lying to people, misleading
Mm-hmm.
people, saying that children were being manipulated. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, and it's probably higher, but I believe this Harvard study, let me look at it. Like what Harvard researchers are saying is basically it's 0.1%, right? 1/10 of
Yeah,
1%. And
it's
they are saying in this study, yeah, here.
less than half a percent of transgender minors
Yeah, they're
actually go
quoting
on
3%.
medication.
So
We're
they're
not.
saying our study found overall a very few number of transgender youth access gender affirming care, which was surprisingly low, 1/10 of
Yeah,
1%. That given that over 3% of high school youth identify as transgender.
right.
Oh,
Well,
high
they're
school youth,
saying
so not
so
totally
of
under.
like
Okay,
all kids, but like of all the kids that they study out of the 5 million they looked at, which
yeah.
many of those are not trans. So there is actually, I don't have it right now because I'm in my car, but I have all the stuff in my Discord if y'all want to see my source list. But there was a survey of like, to try or looking through medical records to find it at Komodo Health, that found there's about 300,000 trans kids in America. Okay, trans and non-binary kids. About 42,000 of those got a gender dysphoria diagnosis, and only 1,390 went on puberty blockers. That's less than half a percent of all the trans kids. right? So like, and so that's probably like if you take that then out to all the kids in that study, it would be the percentage that you're talking about, like, a tenth of a percent.
Exactly. This is a non-issue, right? And
Yeah,
imagine having your own healthcare. Like the way to present this during debate and the way we need to talk about it is just to say Republicans allegedly were for small government. What happened to states'
yeah,
rights, right?
hmm,
Remember when they didn't want anyone making any decisions for them? And all of a
right,
sudden, we're in doctors' offices, we're telling people what kind of medications they can have. Meanwhile, and I say this all the time because I have to keep an eye on the red pill bros. Every single day on Joe Rogan's show, he's telling pill bros, oh, just get on testosterone, right? The
hmm,
same thing,
it'll fix everything.
the same hormone, right? So what we're saying in America is if you're a red pill bro and you're not feeling like a man, you can have what hormones, right? But
Hmm.
another American citizen born in
And then if
America
you
who has the
overdo it
same
and that,
allegedly has the
yeah,
same rights cannot have the same hormone that a red pill can get for saying I don't feel quite like a man.
right. And also, if you overdo the testosterone and then it resynthesizes into estrogen and then you grow breasts, you can get those removed.
Exactly. Do you know how many
Yeah.
massive exactly same thing. Gender affirming surgeries are available as long as you're a straight man who wants to be more
You can
manly.
do whatever
Go
the fuck
ahead,
you
get
want.
your
Yeah.
surgery. Yeah, or get breast implants. But if you're trans, the same surgeries that are available to
You know
every
that
other
paper is
American
more
citizen
sophisticated
are
now
no
than the
longer
computers.
available to you.
Yeah. Every single medical treatment that exists for trans people
You know that
first
paper is
existed
more
for cisgender
sophisticated
people,
now than
like
the
every one
computers.
of them. Um, and yes, including vaginoplasties, all of that, including puberty blockers, all of those things existed for cis patients first. What they tried for us for decades was lobotomies, electroshock
Oh, I'm
therapy,
gonna have to get one.
antipsychotics, anti-anxiety depression, anti-anxiety meds, antidepressants. None of those things made us not trans. And the thing that people need to realize is that it is not a pipeline like they think. It is a funnel. The transgender healthcare is a funnel to get down to the people, only the people who absolutely need it, right? So they're going to try all the other things first to see if just social transitioning is that good enough? Is that all you need? Does that not work at all?
Will
Then
you
maybe you don't
explain
need to
what you mean
transition,
by social transitioning, just for everyone?
social transitioning is just to have for a lot of people, they don't really have a lot of gender dysphoria or any at all. They don't have like a discomfort in the incongruence between their sex and gender. And maybe they just need to change their name and pronouns, or maybe they just need to do that and then, change their appearance somewhat, like cosmetically, like just by the way they dress
Or
and
their
their
outfit, yeah.
haircut and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's a social transition, and that's the
You
vast
know that paper
majority of the
is more
healthcare that's going to
sophisticated now
happen
than
for
the
minors.
computers.
But then if they get to the stage of Tanner stage two of puberty, which is around the ages of like 10 to 12, then and that is causing an extreme distress, right? So some people will get the gender dysphoria, but it's manageable. They're fine, like they're able to get by. But others like can't get out of bed in the morning. Like they are, maybe getting to the point of self harm or like self deletion ideation. That is
This
a
study
vanishingly
talks
small
about
amount.
this
But
Harvard study
yeah,
talks about that. They talk about that at Tanner stage 2, basically they found when going through 5 million insurance claims, it is predominantly like assigned female at birth, right? AFAB that
um,
need, well, in this study, when they went through the
maybe
5
I don't know.
million, no, it is. I read the whole study. When they went through
Yeah.
5 million insurance claims, there's it's more assigned female at birth that were getting not necessarily hormones, but puberty blockers.
Hmm, hmm. Yeah, because like the thing is
For
that like
breast
what that
development.
does, it gives them more time to
Yeah.
decide, right? And I think also I, it is that like people who are like trans mask, right? So or assigned female at birth, they tend to figure out sooner than trans feminine people do because they're allowed to be more gender nonconforming earlier. Like people tend to be like less critical of that. You know what I mean? And so for now, this is just my like anecdotal, like,
No, I understand what you're saying. I grew up in the Hispanic
observation
community,
of it.
so I completely agree with you.
Right.
Yeah.
So the pressure for a someone born male to be masculine, right, or the discouragement of being feminine, is causes them to repress for longer, and they tend to come out later. So that's why, because that there's no point in being on puberty blockers after puberty's happened, right? So that's why you're going to see more trans masculine people on puberty blockers, or someone assigned female at birth on puberty blockers than the other.
No, fascinating. Thank you for coming up and talking about this. I
Yeah, I
appreciate
need
it
to
so
get on
much.
with my errands, but yeah, I just wanted to come up and hop in for a second.
No,
But
please do anytime. I appreciate you so much.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate everything you do here. Like, I love your show because it's just a place to just gather
Proceed.
all of the things that are happening. Yeah. So I appreciate everything you're doing here.
Come back anytime. We love you so
Okay.
much.
All right. Will do. Love you.
Bye. Love Lainey. She's the best. Okay, so God, did you guys see this? And again, sorry we have to talk about the damn water. Like, I'm so tired of the water. But Trump keeps posting insane things about the water. I know. Lainey's the absolute best. I concur. I need to make sure. I have something really, actually, I need to make sure I put this in the presentation because I have something hilarious to show you guys. I found this and I was like, oh, we're going to need to laugh today. My God, people are texting me saying I look sad. Do I look sad? I'm gonna make it. I'm a little sad, but I'm gonna make it. I think we're all a little sad today. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. It would make me super happy if we could get to 200K. Where is this? I have a video that's gonna make us all die laughing as soon as I find it. There is someone made an AI video. Good. Let me make sure it's not in the presentation already, and I just forgot. I want to make sure I didn't put it in here. There is someone made an AI video of Trump turning on the faucet. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. And then, have you guys seen this? Oh, oh my God, I found it. Hold on, let me add it. This is so. Let me make sure it's not in here. I think I did. Okay, hold on. Let me. Did you see the video of Trump turning on the faucet? Hold on. This is the best thing I've ever seen. I don't know who made this video, but I find it hilarious. But because Trump posted twice that he sent the military to turn on the faucet, and then someone showed me this video.
We interrupt this programming for a special news update. President Trump is on site now to personally turn the water back on in California to fight the wildfires. It looks like he has the first valve open and is now working on the second. Oh no, something has gone terribly wrong and President Trump is being swept downriver. I guess it's a good thing shit floats. Good for Trump at least, not so good for the rest of us.
I'm sorry. I just find that hilarious. Whoever made that, because it's made in it has a cut like watermark on it after somebody made that. Thank you for making me laugh this morning, because I can't figure out Trump. I think the water is a distraction for sure, but the fact he's so obsessed because people are saying he's a liar with saying the military turned on the water, right? Like, this is what he's saying. The United States military just entered the great state of California. Emergency powers turned on the water flow abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. The days of putting a fake environmental argument over the people are over. This is a complete delusional lie. This is the man we have in charge of the United States government who's trying to rob us. And again, this is the funniest part. So this is the California Water Association. The military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps. Federal water pumps. Federal water pumps. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry, I don't know what just happened. I think the TikTok Studio just updated though. Maybe that will help with the sound. It downloaded, I think TikTok Studio updated, so that might be the good news. Maybe it's fixed now. Hold on, I think I just need to. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, I think the sound's better. TikTok Studio just did its own little update. It wasn't my computer, it didn't shut down, just TikTok Studio. Didn't even close, just okay. So I hopefully the sound will be, but it won't cut in and out now. I think that's probably better. So again, I just want to be clear. This is California water. The military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. So do you guys understand? He's putting out crazy true social posts saying the military came into California and turned on the faucet that doesn't exist, when really the federal water pumps were offline for 3 days for maintenance and they were turned back on. Right? There's state water pumps and there's federal water pumps. These are two different things. Hold on, I just need to open YouTube real quick. There we go. And Trump is lying and saying the military entered California to turn them on. And somebody called the Pentagon. I saw an article where someone actually called the Pentagon to ask if the military had gone into California, and they technically said no. So just to be clear, someone did ask the Pentagon, did you send the military to turn water faucet? They're like, no. And then there was backtracking from the White House, and they're like, oh, it was the Civil Corps of Engineers or something. But literally, the pumps were offline for maintenance for 3 days, and then they turned them back on. So whenever people start saying that Trump has fixed the water, because God knows MAGA believes anything they hear. Yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers. Did I say civil engineers? Whatever I said, I meant the Army Corps of Engineers. But again, the pumps were offline for maintenance. They turned them back on. And Trump said, And the White House, like people were asking them, well, like, hey, the people who know in California are saying the pumps were offline for maintenance for 3 days. And the White House is like, we're not going to comment. But again, the pumps were offline for maintenance. They were turned back on, and Trump is saying he sent the U.S. military to turn on the non-existent faucet. So whenever you hear him, just picture that funny video. Now to canceling Google Maps. If you don't have, I mean, I'm an Apple user. I'm on a PC right now, technically, but I'm mainly an Apple user. If you're not an Apple user, maybe you should become one. I just don't think if you have Google Maps and only Google Maps, it's time to start going back to paper. You're going to I don't know. Can you still buy paper maps? It's time to go back to paper maps. Google says it will change the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America in maps after government updates. Ew. I'm going back to paper maps if Apple Maps changes it. I'm sure Tim Apple will probably change it. You know, like when I was on Fax's Live on Monday, Fax was talking about this. One of the people, like really good generals in Mustache Man's army, he was a gay man. And Mustache Man, let him be basically in the army and do all this work for a while until he got rid of him. And I'm like, that's Tim Apple. Like Tim Apple, I'd watch my back if I was you. Like they may pretend to like you, but I don't think it's going to end well for you, Tim Apple. You are not like them. Anyways, back to more of why we need to cancel Google Maps. I guess MAGA is harassing Google about why they won't change it to Gulf of America. Yeah. Oh, you guys don't get it? You guys think I think Tim Cook's name is Tim Apple? You guys don't know that that's what Trump, yeah, well, you'd have to have watched every Trump speech ever in history like I have. But most people know that the reason I'm saying Tim Apple, I know, I could tell. Many people in here do not know. Trump calls Tim Cook Tim Apple. Yeah, you got to start saying it. It's not my words. It's Donald Trump's. He thinks Tim Cook's name is Tim Apple. He said it over and over and over. Like, this is one of his, like, weird glitches. He gets people's names wrong all the time. Like, he thinks Tim Cook's name is Tim Apple. So just start saying it. That's what we call him on X. His name's Tim Apple now. We've received a few questions about naming within Google Maps. We have a long-standing practices of applying name changes when they've been updated in official government sources. So basically, they're saying when that happens, we will update Google Maps in the U.S. quickly to show Mount McKinley, which is really called Denali, and I will never call it anything else, and Gulf of America. This is the biggest embarrassment of all of our lives. Oh my God. Actually, no, this is. Jesus, I take it back what I just said. When you have to watch this video, prepare yourselves first. It will always be Denali, please. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. I appreciate it. If you like what I do, that's my Cash App and Venmo. If you have a question, comment, or concern, I will read them out loud. You can support me through there. Ooh, Susan says, hearts. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate the tip. Or through super chats as well if you are on YouTube, or through the Streamlabs tip link. Is that just hang in? Thank you so much. Wait, hold on. I didn't see this one. Just hanging. You're back with the hippo sticker. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. I need to refresh these things so they update. Okay. Anyways, this section is about J6. This is real. This is a right-wing podcast talking to Kash Patel about J6 yesterday.
You know, this is still going on. Oh, yeah. Trump conspired against the American government, toppled a democracy, incited an insurrection, otherwise known as a police-guided geriatric selfie tour of the Capitol, hours and hours of really boring videotape of people just looking around, being ushered in by the police. But yet we're supposed to believe, because the media tells us, that this is the worst calamity since the Civil War. I believe people actually died in the Civil War, and the only...
No, we believe it because we all watched it with our eyeballs, and then we assessed the situation for ourselves. And then I read court documents. That's what I read. I read court documents of evidence and of the horrific things. No, I'm just giving you guys an example of what is going on right-wing media. This is real.
Because the media tells us that this is the worst calamity since the Civil War. I believe people actually died in the Civil War, and the only people that died here, the one, was an unarmed American patriot, a U.S.
Oh, that's a lie.
service veteran.
Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, it's for people to compare this event. First of all, insurrection has a totally different meaning under the law, and obviously the media is just using it because it's politicizing another event. I agree. The media politicizes so many events and puts out so much disinformation and misinformation.
It's disgusting.
It's disgustingly offensive.
You know, this is still going on.
Oopsies. A live feed is now misinformation to MAGA. A live feed. Watching a live feed. And then MAGA themselves, which is the dumbest thing they all ever did, then demanding all the footage be released. So not just all of us for hours watching a live feed of all this happening, but then having all of the extra footage of getting to see what the horrific things going on inside the Capitol. Oh yeah, their own recordings. Those are even better. Like, how embarrassing was that? Telling on themselves committing crimes. Those were good too. Literally. And then the media is spreading misinformation and disinformation. This is real life. Now let's get into some real facts, because these people are delusional. But how about some real facts and some real consequences? You know, all these people Trump pardoned. Have you guys heard about this guy? The guy that got a full pardon and then was supposed to be handed over to Texas officials, but wasn't? The guy that's trying to have, you know what, with children? This guy? Yeah, this is the consequences of Trump's pardon. He was supposed to be handed over to Texas officials and wasn't. He's on the loose. Cool. Yeah, I'm just giving examples here. Like, in case you want to screenshot this, here's the real information, and you can look up the actual article too. But an insurrection pardoned by Trump, right, is on the run from child SEX charges after federal authorities failed to hand him over to state police as requested. According to a district attorney, Andrew Tate, 36, was awaiting trial for alleged online solicitation of a minor. Cool. When he pleaded guilty to his J6 charge of assaulting law enforcement. He was supposed to be in Harris County, like this is basically in Houston. He should have been held in federal prison after his pardon long enough for Texas police to arrest him over the child state, charges. But he wasn't, and now he's wandering around the country. You know, Trump is always saying they're releasing their, people from their prisons, which is a complete lie. Trump is the one. Whenever you hear that, whatever what you want to call him, about whenever he starts lying about other countries releasing people from their prisons, the only person that released criminals from our prisons into the interior of this country that I know for sure is Donald Trump. Truly, somebody should find this guy. Oh, I have one more too. Guess what happened in Indiana? Have you guys heard about the second one who's no longer with us? Have you guys heard about this guy? Oh, wait, never mind. This is an article. If you want to look up an article about the guy I just told you about, this is a Guardian article specifically about him. If you're interested in learning any more about what I'm talking about, that's a Guardian article. But this guy, and does anyone recognize this man that Trump gave a full pardon to? He's no longer on this earth because Indiana police Had to unalive him, I guess. Matthew Huddle, 42-year-old who served time for his role in the J6 Capitol attack, was pardoned by Donald Trump, was unalived by Jasper County Sheriff's deputy during a traffic stop in Indiana following an altercation with the officer. This is the same problem they were having at J6. It seems to me that white people don't comply with police. And it's so weird because I always hear people saying just comply whenever black people are killed by police. And I'm wondering why they don't also just comply. All you have to do is comply and then nothing will happen. Concepts of a thought. Exactly. I'm really mustering. But I looked up a real article about, like, this is a PBS article if you want to read a real article about it. But yeah, there's not a ton of information, because you know how these things go until they release the body cam footage. But they're saying that he was armed for sure. That's what the cops are saying, is that he was armed and an altercation took place between the suspect and the officer. The investigation also shows that during the traffic stop, the suspect was in possession of a firearm. That's pretty much the only information that I have. But to get a pardon and then just go out that way, all for not complying. Now, Trump's today's lie, right? Because it takes me a long time to make these, but one of Trump's lies this morning that I was like, I cannot let this go because this is absolutely ridiculous. Trump just will make up lies about anything or whatever distortions. I have just asked Elon Musk and SpaceX to go get to the two brave astronauts who have been virtually abandoned in space by the Biden administration. They have been waiting for months on the space station. Elon will soon be on his way. Oh, is Elon going to space? I hope so. Hopefully all will be safe. Good luck, Elon. This might sound familiar because this story is not real. And this was already talked about. This has been being talked about for months. Biden is the one that decided that SpaceX was going to go get this guy. And it has to do with the scheduled shuttle missions and what's going on at the space station. So today's latest lie from the Trump Musk is that the Biden administration supposedly abandoned astronauts in space. And now Trump has just ordered Musk to go get them. The Biden administration made this plan with Musk months ago. This was headlines literally like 6 months ago. I guess, but MAGA doesn't read, so they're probably like, oopsies. They're probably like, oh, we're saving someone because I don't read anyway, so I wouldn't know if that's true or not. It's definitely not true. Trump has nothing to take credit for because, again, remember, hey, do you guys remember? Well, I'll get to the video because I found the video because I'm mad today. I found the video of JD Vance standing in a grocery store during the Biden administration being like, eggs are $4. Eggs are above $8. Eggs are above $8 at this point. But so Trump has to make up stories of him saving people he's not saving from space so people think he's doing something. This is all a distraction and lie. This is from the CNN article. NASA, this is from the article during Biden administration. NASA ultimately decided it was too risky to return Starliner with crew, and the agency announced last August that it was asking SpaceX to bring Williams and Wilmore home aboard the SpaceX 9 crew capsule. That vehicle is currently docked with the space station, where Williams and Wilmore have become official members of the International Space Station staff as they await their return home. NASA previously said that the Crew 9 capsule would return home as soon as February, but the agency updated that timeline in December, saying that SpaceX, Elon Musk, needed more time to complete the crew capsule it would use for the Crew 10 mission, which, following NASA's precedents, would lead to launch before Crew 9 leaves the International Space Station. At the time, the agency said Crew 9 would target its return no earlier than late March. So again, that's Trump's latest delusional fantasy that he's saving people from space. If you want to read anything about this article, this is the article that corrects it. Here's why that might sound familiar, because it already happened. Trump's not saving anyone from space, and this is going to piss you off. Ted Cruz. I don't understand, Texas, why you continue electing this awful, awful, awful man. But anyways, Ted Cruz has something to tell you guys. Oh, whoopsies. I forgot.
About the print law, I'm curious, two things that the president's done. As a man of the law, and someone who I know talks about the principles of the law, I'm curious, two things that the president's done that I would imagine actually would outrage you, though I don't know if you would actually say it publicly, but I'm curious. One is firing the inspector generals, not firing the I'm not saying that that's the problem necessarily, but doing it without providing Congress with the 30 days that are enshrined in the law and describing in detail why. Is that something at all that upsets you, given that I do know you care about laws that you create?
Well, listen, under the Constitution, Article 2 of the Constitution gives the president the executive authority, and the executive authority is over every officer, every employee of the executive authority, and so the president has the authority under the Constitution to terminate people in the executive branch.
The law says, as you know, and was actually re-enshrined effectively a couple of years ago, so that there was a 30-day requirement in terms of describing what was happening and the time period. Factually hasn't happened.
What I'm saying is the president has the authority to terminate people in the executive branch, and I also think
But what you're saying is, Ted Cruz, no, you won't. Just like when Trump made fun of your wife and said she was ugly, and you refused to defend your own wife. Yeah, why at this point would we think you would have a spine and say the truth now? If you'll let somebody run over your own wife and mock her relentlessly and attack your manhood and your character, and you won't do anything about it, then why would we expect you as a lawyer? By the way, this is someone, if you understand what is going on with lawyers, right? They are liable. They have an ethical code they have to abide by, the ethics of the bar. He knows what the law is and still will not say the truth. He's just changing the subject, essentially. He's just saying, hey, this is unrelated to what you're asking me, and I'm just going to continue changing the subject.
Inspectors General are incredibly important for ensuring that agencies are following the law. I'm confident the president is going to nominate serious, qualified people to be Inspector General that will do exactly that.
But what about that part of the law? You think that's not a real law then?
I think at the end of the day, I'm looking at this first week of the administration, and I'm excited. I have never seen an administration with so much change, so much energy, and such a mandate from the voters.
I'm just asking you about the law itself, because there's like an actual.
Less than 50% of the popular vote is not a mandate from the voters.
Law and then what's happening, which is different.
Well,
and I think you
look, Andrew, under our Constitution, Congress and the president are designed to struggle back and forth, and so we can pass laws putting constraints on the executive, but it is not new for the executive to press back on Congress, and that back and forth was designed by the framers. That's part of the checks and balances. What's clear under Article 2 is the president, all executive power is vested in the president, and that's what he's exercising.
Anyway, so Ted Cruz still has no spine as of yesterday, in case you're wondering if Ted Cruz has found his spine. Because this is something, and we'll get into it in a little bit, but what it's going to take to oppose Trump, right? Democrats can't do it alone. There has to be some Republicans who somehow magically grow a spine, right? And I don't think science has developed far enough, through gene therapy and things like that we can assist them with that. So they're going to have to do it on their own. I don't think we can count on Ted Cruz to grow a spine, but we are going to need some Republicans that have a sense of right and wrong to stop all of us from being robbed and our rights being taken away. Oh, thank you, Ramon. You don't look tired. You look gorgeous. Thank you, Ramon. That's so sweet. And Tanya, this is really funny. Tanya said, wait, hold on. I have to read the super chat. Maybe Elon could take a few folks with him to space. Let's make a list. I could spend hours making a list of people I think Elon should drop off in space. They should all go. As a matter of fact, why stop at the space station? Just go to Mars. That's where you all want to go. We'll send one ship of you guys to Mars and you guys can be on your way. It'll be great. Oh God, this is sad. Okay, I just have to preface this. Like, we're all going to follow him on Substack after this. It's going to be fine. But this is, maybe screen record this. Jim Acosta, again, all of this outline and the links of every clip I show and article is in the live sources section in the Discord. So you do have access to it that way if you're in the Discord. But again, Jim Acosta, which I knew when I saw, like, he posted something yesterday and he's like, be there for my final thoughts. Trump has been attacking Jim Acosta for years. He works at CNN. CNN CEO is a Trump sycophant now who's driving the network into the ground. And so, yes, he went live on Substack. So anyways, Jim Acosta left CNN yesterday, and you have to hear what he said. Like, prepare to cry. It's so true. Like, it's so inspiring.
Just wanted to end today's show by thanking all of the wonderful people who work behind the scenes at this network. You may have seen some reports about me and the show. And after giving all of this some careful consideration and weighing an alternative time slot CNN offered me, I've decided to move on. I am grateful to CNN for the nearly 18 years I've spent here doing the news. People often ask me if the highlight of my career at CNN was at the White House covering Donald Trump. Actually, no. That moment came here when I covered former President Barack Obama's trip to Cuba in 2016 and had the chance to question the dictator there, Raul Castro, about the island's political prisoners. As the son of a Cuban refugee, I took home this lesson. It is never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. I've always believed it's the job of the press to hold power to account. I've always tried to do that here at CNN, and I plan on doing all of that in the future. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear. Post it on your social media so people can hear from you too. I'll have more to say about my plans in the coming days, but until then, I want to thank all of you for tuning in. It has been an honor to be welcomed into your home for all these years. That's the news. Reporting from Washington, I'm Jim Acosta.
Love Jim Acosta. After all of that, I know, now I cried. Now I teared up. I teared up when I heard that too. There's so many reasons to tear up lately. God. But okay, so Jim Acosta is a class act and an amazing investigative reporter, wartime journalist. The things he's done, his accomplishments are amazing. 18 years at CNN, and Trump posts this. Wow, really good news. Jim Acosta, one of the worst and most dishonest reporters in journalistic history. Yeah, he's actually one of the most honest, right? This is fascism, discrediting the media, discrediting real journalists who report the truth on Donald Trump. This is what happens when you tell the truth about Donald Trump. He discredits you. It's actually a badge of honor. A major sleazebag has been relegated by CNN fake news to the midnight hour Death Valley because of extraordinarily bad ratings and no talent. Word is that he wants to quit, and that would be even better. Jim is a major loser who will fail no matter where he ends up. Good luck, Jim. So again, so I won't leave it there because this is disgusting. But again, the Jim Acosta post looks like somebody has Acosta derangement syndrome, which is, it's true. Trump has been obsessed with Jim Acosta for years. Truly, Trump has Acosta derangement syndrome. Trump has a derangement syndrome for anybody that reports on the truth about him. But the receipts don't lie, and that's why I started doing the show, because somebody needs to record the receipts, and I'll do it.
Hey, guys.
Oopsies. Sorry, I don't know why that happened.
Hey guys, it's Jim. And let me just say this, I've had quite the day. But as you could see earlier today, this was my last day at CNN. And I did want to jump on Substack Live here for a moment and say, welcome to my new venture. I'm going independent, at least for now. This is just the beginning, but I wanted to invite you to join me here on this platform as we talk about the day's news, talk about politics and so on. And I do want to, and just in case you missed my closing message earlier in the day, don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to fear. Hold on to the truth and hope. And we'll keep this conversation going. Great to see all of you here. We'll talk some more soon.
So this was his Substack like this is well, he posted this clip, but he was also on Substack Live. So if this is a Substack video, so it's at Jim Acosta just on Substack, and follow me too. It's same as my name at Girl Has No Name. I also started posting on Substack subsequently yesterday. It's a place where independent journalism still runs free. Midas Touches on Substack. You can follow most all of your favorite journalists on Substack. So check it out. Follow me on Substack. Support me. I appreciate it. If you also didn't hear this, because again, we haven't talked since Monday, Trump fired the acting head of the DOJ, right? Because Pam Bondi hasn't been confirmed yet. The acting head of the DOJ, his name's like McHenry. They fired all of the prosecutors that were assigned to investigate Trump. Now, understand, these people have protections of civil servants. These will end up in labor lawsuits that we have to pay. These will end up in labor lawsuits that we have to pay. Our tax dollars are going to pay for Trump having no shame and being petty and embarrassed. Yeah, I mean, Joyce Vance was talking about this. It's anti-rule of law. It's a Justice Department official told ABC News he's playing with the casino's money, with house money. That's our tax dollars. That's what they mean by the casino's money, right? Whatever the government has to pay out, if any rights are found to have been violated, it'll pale in comparison. It's a price he's willing to have the government pay, which is, again, us. Our tax dollars are paying. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. Oh, I just got some subscribers on Substack. Awesome. Again, and they're asking Dan Crenshaw about this for some reason. I'm not saying he's an inside trader. I'm just saying he's always on the Unusual Whales report and somehow outperforms the market.
It's not that crazy to see to see him purge a lot of the ranks right now.
Yeah, but do you believe that it's legal?
It's
they
his
do enjoy
administration. I mean, it's his administration by definition. It's his administration. They work for him at the pleasure of the president. And if it's illegal, it should be legal. And that's the firing of federal employees being so difficult as it is. That's something that we need to address as a country, just to make our government more efficient. I mean, that's a longer conversation, but it should be legal. Yes.
But if it's not currently legal, they do enjoy these protections because they are civil service employees, they're career prosecutors. And the point of that is to have people who are insulated from the politics of the political appointees who he does have the right to put in place there.
No, every federal worker works for the administration, which works for the president.
Do you see this line? They were told to say this. He is saying the same thing Ted Cruz was saying, who is a lawyer and knows what Trump is doing is wrong. That's exactly, they've all been given this talking point. Well, ultimately, everyone in the federal administration works for Trump. Like, this is the line. They all get bullet points of what to say. The insider trader himself, even like the funny part is like, MAGA hates Dan Crenshaw. Like, if there's one thing I think the right and the left could agree on, it's nobody likes an insider trader. Like, he gets attacked from the right as much as the left, and now he's trying to like be on board. You're never going to be one of them. They don't want you. They don't want you, Dan. Stop trying. Ooh. Perfect plan. Mars would be perfect for them. They could change to MAGA. That's hilarious, Tanya. Thank you so much. Tanya, you gave me a membership. Thank you so much. You're amazing. And I think I also, hey, let's start pushing YouTube for people to come to YouTube and sign up. Come on, everybody. Oh, thank you. And Fee51, welcome to Felice's friends. Feej51, I appreciate it. And do sign up on YouTube. YouTube's fun. It's the place to be. A girl has no name. My name's pretty much the same everywhere on the internet, except on Instagram. It's like a girl has no name _ but I deleted my I can't. I'm so mad at Mark Zuckerberg that I don't really want to be on Instagram right now.
On what we saw happen today, do you believe that the American people elected Trump to get revenge on federal prosecutors?
I think a lot of people did. Whether this is considered revenge.
No, they didn't. Nobody elected Trump to get revenge on federal prosecutors, or maybe a very small percentage. Like, we are in crazy town.
Or not, I think is open to interpretation. I think a lot of these federal prosecutors, one might argue, were going outside the bounds of what their prosecutorial duties might be. I mean, you could go on a case-by-case basis, but
the delusions. And that's the point. Think about this when you listen to these clips. Somebody in the Republican Party, it was Mitch McConnell and Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, who voted against Pete Hegseth for SecDef. We have to have a few Republicans who aren't just going to go along with this BS. Yeah, we are in the bad place. America is the bad place. Oh, I do enjoy this, though. I'll just say a funny story about immigration because I have so many horrific immigration videos I keep having to watch. Man, today I have seen so many disturbing things about immigration. But DeSantis had a full-on meltdown, right? DeSantis is a lame duck governor, right? And all he wants is to prove he's going to run again in 2028. So he's trying to take over Florida's deportations because then he could be like, look what I did. I deported all these people. But first of all, he's been pushing around they have a Republican supermajority in Florida, and he's been around that state legislature. They're so mad at him. He's been calling special sessions and, talking as SHIT. They've been fighting back and forth for years. Now they don't have to listen to DeSantis anymore. So they're not listening to him. So basically, DeSantis is melting down after his Republican House Speaker and Senate President slapped him down and took away his ability to appoint a state deportation czar and gave it to the AG commissioner, the agriculture commissioner. Now think, why would they give it to the agriculture commissioner? Because very rich people in the state of Florida don't want their workers deported. Does that make sense? All of my links to all of my profiles are in my link tree, in all my bios, and my name is A Girl Has No Name everywhere. Sorry, someone asked me what my name on YouTube is. It's the same as it is here, there. But this is why they appointed the agriculture commissioner. Very wealthy business owners in Florida do not want people deported. Don't get me wrong. People are being deported from Florida. They are, but they don't want their workers deported. So they appointed the agriculture commissioner, who also is probably going to run for governor, and completely cut DeSantis out so he can't make any decisions.
It's not enough to just say we're not a sanctuary state, which we're not. It's not enough to just say we don't have sanctuary cities, which we don't. We need everybody on board. We got to work as a team. Otherwise, this stuff just isn't going to work. They also bizarrely strip immigration enforcement power from the governor and give it to the commissioner of agriculture. But agriculture has not exactly been known for immigration enforcement. So it's almost like the fox guarding the hen house. It was bizarre. I think it was more a sop to folks who want cheap labor. That is totally bad policy. That can't happen. They also bizarrely didn't include things we know needs to happen. It's not enough to just say we're.
Oh, I'm so sorry you didn't get your way, tiny evil little man. Oh, it's so horrible for you. You're going to make it, Ron. He continued to whine about this. Like he got on Hannity. Like he went on and on whining about this. Like he can't believe, because imagine he's had a supermajority and like control of Florida for years and years and years. And they're just like, we are not going to listen to you anymore. Crybaby Ron DeSantis melted down after he was smacked down by Republicans in the Florida House and Senate today. He demanded a special session so he could enact a series of migrant deportation policies and secure funding to get in the PR spotlight for his 2028 presidential run. But the president of the Florida Senate and Speaker of the House had other plans for lame duck Ron. I love that. They rejected DeSantis's plan. That's his name. I couldn't remember his name. The agriculture commissioner's name is Wilton Simpson, to essentially oversee deportations, which is awesome. Simpson and DeSantis especially don't like each other, and Simpson is a likely candidate for governor in 2026. I love watching DeSantis lose power in Florida. God, I've been waiting for this for years. The Florida legislature just declared war against Ron DeSantis. That's former Republican state rep Anthony Sabatini. And then he has his press secretary complaining all over X all day and saying that this is a conspiracy and horrible things. I don't care why. I know they're doing it to help very rich people who want slave labor, but I really don't care. Anything to keep this from turning into a police state that's rounding up more brown people, which is already happening, by the way. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. We're almost to 175K. Tap, tap, tap. Share the live. Keep the chat chatting. I agree. Wait, I mean, I think I pretty much described all this. Yeah, it's about wealthy donors. Yeah, sorry. This is just from the article about it. And then they were fighting on the internet because Ron DeSantis is saying, why did they appoint him? And Wilton Simpson basically responded. He's like, I've worked day ones to support President Trump and immigration policies. But he's basically saying Florida's conservative legislator will decide who's best to support President Trump. It's not you, Ron. Just get over it. And then Ron showed up on Hannity to complain some more.
To work together. So that's what we're trying to do. But there's swampy politics everywhere. And so some of the legislative leaders, they foisted a different bill on the legislature today that guts all of the things you just said. It guts that and actually takes power away from me as governor and gives it to the commissioner of agriculture, which agriculture is not exactly known for immigration enforcement, because right now it's ridiculous and it's unconstitutional. I've got Highway Patrol working with Trump's administration now. I've got National Guard. I am totally happy to do all I can. This actually takes the power away that I'm currently exercising now. So we've got to be strong. We got to be strong as possible. We've got to get this right once and for all. This is a historic moment.
Oh, poor Ron, angry man in shoe lifts doesn't get to deport brown people and get credit for it. Can I just show you? I'm just showing you the first comment under this video. I've just screenshotted the first comment. I'm not going to read the guy's name, but I think you guys should. This just happened to be the first comment under the video. I think it's fair. I think that's a great name. God, I'm sad I didn't think to take that name on Twitter. Just saying. Somebody wrote that. Somebody has that account. That's hilarious. I know. That is hilarious. And, I mean, maybe it's real. We don't know. Maybe it's just someone open for business. It's so funny. I know. They're paying to, I know exactly. It's a verified. They're paying Elon Musk money to have this account. I don't know, but I'm following them now. So if they keep posting, it will show up. When you follow someone on X, their comments will show up first. I'm gonna keep screenshotting whatever they say, so I'll keep you guys posted. whatever's going on with that account. Oh, and then Ron said, proving once again that bullies can't handle it when someone hits them back. Republicans in the Florida legislature stood up to him for the first time in 6 years, and he's been throwing hissy fits for 36 straight since. I can never get enough of Ron DeSantis crying. Oh my God, this is so awful. I need to do a trigger warn really quick before we watch this video. This man, if you don't know, he's on Newsmax. He's has a show on Newsmax. He used to be a Navy SEAL. Like, if you're a Navy SEAL, should you be punching down on immigrants who are being rounded up? He did an entire segment on his show eating tacos, taunting immigrants, saying, "What are you going to do about it?" Basically, yeah, don't worry. This is not a long clip. I couldn't stomach too much of this. But truly, who would do that? Who would do something like this? Yeah, MAGA. That's who.
What are you going to do? You gonna come take it out of my ham? I'm going to eat half this plate during the break. Maybe I'll call the ICE hotline. I don't know if I'll have enough time. Sure. All kidding aside, it was actually really good taco. These people broke the law. They broke the law to get here.
Yeah, this is MAGA. You guys are awesome. Completely punching down on people being deported. Now, let me show you why that's so disgusting. Because actually, I have so many clips. I want to. Oh, actually, I'm trying to figure out what order I want to do this in. Yeah, I'll show the one in Florida first, since we've been talking about Ron DeSantis. So I don't need to find, and then I have to go to the end of the presentation. Actually, now it probably doesn't matter. I don't know why TikTok has never been the same. This is sad. And again, I just want to say this in case anyone's seen this clip. This is being reported on X by and I'll just say some left-wing accounts that are pretty reputable that I follow and like usually. And they're saying that this guy voted for Trump, but I've done a shitload of research and I don't believe that's true. I mean, let me just say this. I don't know if he voted, who he voted for, but there is no evidence on the internet anywhere that I can find. This guy purposely didn't give his name to reporters. He didn't want people to know who he was, which I wouldn't want to either. So I don't know how anyone could look up his voting record, and he definitely doesn't say. I read 3 different articles about this situation, but this is regarding ICE raids in Florida, right? This is a woman who is married. She's a Venezuelan woman who's married to this man. She was rounded up in an ICE raid. Their 11th wedding anniversary is like 3 days away or something. And they snatched her. She's not a criminal. She's just a random person.
Excuse my language. And then they took my wife.
This man who wished not to be identified says his wife is from Venezuela and has lived in the United States for a few years. She was one of 3 people taken from this home. I'm told the 2 others were men who worked in construction. You see them here. This video, only 1 minute and 52 seconds long, we do not see his wife being removed from the home. But this is a picture of her that he keeps in his wallet. Her name is Vianis Ramirez, and he says she was in the process of becoming a United States citizen.
She already had a court date. She was good. Everything good. He just came in and snatched her.
These are pictures from the Department of Homeland Security detaining other undocumented men and women in Broward County.
It's despicable what they're doing right now. It's very embarrassing.
President Donald Trump arrived at his Trump National Golf Resort in Doral Saturday, set to host GOP leaders for a conference. This man hopes this message makes it to him.
I get a chance to talk to you, man. Yo, please, man, let's work something out. So you, man, let me keep my wife here in the United States, man. She deserves to be here, man.
ICE reports nearly 1,000 raids in the country on Sunday alone, which is up from just under 300 on Saturday. Here at the detention center in Miramar, things have been quiet for several hours, but we will continue to monitor this situation and bring you the developing news on raids in South Florida as they happen. In Miramar, I'm Chelsea.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, this is the reality. When Trump and when you hear Congress people on CNN and on Fox saying, "Oh, it's criminals," it's not criminals. They've had to admit that in many places because of great local news reporting. It's not criminals being rounded up. It's random people. This person had an ICE appointment and is married to a U.S. citizen. Like, this person was supposed to be naturalized and was rounded up. So these are not criminals. Yeah, in Arizona, it's people who are citizens. They're rounding up people accidentally. So yeah, I think it's important to see these and to understand what's going on, because I'm so tired of hearing, if you're a criminal, we're going to come get you. It's not criminals. And let me show you some other videos that I think are important to note about this same subject. Here, this Rachel Maddow one, which I went over a lot of this information on Monday, and I was talking about on Monday, right? Trump was reporting he had 200 something arrests one day, and then I think one day it was 500. And what I was talking about was that Trump is talking about normal ICE operations that go around and calling them raids and insane things. But again, because of that, right, there's reporting by the Washington Post that Trump now wants to arrest 1,500 people a day. There aren't 1,500 criminals a day. That's why I'm saying he made in this day, right? ICE makes close to 1,200 arrests in one day, right? This was on Rachel Maddow's show. So when you get up to those types of numbers, that's when you know these aren't criminals. These are random women who were married to U.S. citizens who had an appointment to become a citizen.
Today that even the Trump administration is having to admit that about half the people they arrested yesterday haven't committed any crimes at all.
Half. The people they arrested have not committed any crimes at all.
We also have news today that while the Trump administration is insisting on using military
I don't know what is up with TikTok Studio. I'm going to rewind a little bit because I think the internet connection was unstable.
Putting them onto military planes as if this is some sort of war operation. A military aircraft moving one plane full of people that way costs us, the taxpayers, about $800,000. If they instead shipped the same number of people home the way the government used to do it before last week, that would cost about $100,000. So per flight, they're wasting about $700,000. We have
700,000, which we went over. I went over those numbers we went over the numbers on Monday. That's how much for Trump to feel like a man or whatever he's doing. That's how much it's costing taxpayer dollars. It would cost, I think it's about 106,000 maybe a flight. And it's upwards of 800. Yeah. For these stupid military planes. And again, there's a larger cost. We're being threatened with tariffs, and understand how stupid that is. I just need to make sure everyone understands if Trump because he's saying he's going to sanction Mexico, he's going to sanction Canada, he's saying this stuff is coming. I mean, he's going to put tariffs on them by February 1st. That's what he's saying by the end of the week. So when he does that, guess what happens? More people will show up at the southern border. When tariffs are put on countries to the south of here, when we hurt economies to the south of us, people head north to our southern border. So Trump is literally exacerbating a problem. He is ensuring when we destabilize economies to the south of us, that more people will show up here. He is literally making this problem worse. This is all just for show. This is a joke. And this is not a joke. And this is sick. So trigger warning before you have to hear this. I could spend 10 hours showing you guys horrific, disturbing bills that are being passed or being introduced in southern states. But this one, I just want to know, like, we all know who Anne Frank is, right? She was a Jewish girl who was hid. They were hidden for almost a year in an attic in Germany before she was found and taken away. Right. And there were other people there with her. And you know why? Because people had to hide people so they wouldn't be caught up in raids. And Mustache Man was offering rewards, or, it was the carrot or the stick. If we catch you harboring someone, if you know about someone and you don't tell us, you're in trouble. Or here's a reward if you report someone. Well, Missouri has decided that that's a good idea. That's what they're doing now. So I just want to be clear. If you're brown and you are in Missouri, you are no longer safe. Truly. Because that's what this is. This is not like check someone's citizenship, check someone's papers. This is like, hey, I saw a brown person who doesn't speak English, or, whatever. It's just, I'm suspicious of. It is a tip line where you can call and tell on people. You can tell on as many people as you want. Oh, wait, maybe it is Mississippi. Maybe, did I say Missouri? This might be Mississippi. We'll know in 1 second. I reserve judgment for 1 second, because now that I saw someone said Mississippi also, now I'm like, maybe I just said Missouri on accident. And you get, if it leads to a deportation, you get $1,000. So why would you not, you know what I'm saying? And this is not like, oh, I know for a fact. It's just any sort of information.
Lawmakers want to increase penalties for immigrants in the country illegally, including adding a hotline to report those without official documentation. Our Missouri Chief Capitol Bureau reporter, Emily.
Well, the one I saw in Mississippi, I don't know, and I reported on this on Monday. The bill I know for sure is in Mississippi is for bounty hunters. Like, they are deputizing bounty hunters to be ICE agents. So I know I went over that, but yeah, listen to this insanity here.
Penalties for immigrants in the country illegally, including adding a hotline to report those without official documentation. Our Missouri Chief Capitol Bureau reporter, Emily Manley, has more details about that legislation before a Senate committee.
Besides helping other states with border security, one piece of legislation would make it a criminal offense to enter Missouri as an alien. Another piece would allow for bounty hunters to find and detain undocumented immigrants. Two bills that caused tensions to rise inside the committee room.
And you do not act like you have experienced anything that I have, or my mother, or my grandfather, who's the first free black person in my family, because you have not.
From frustration to tears.
If this bill was to continue further than an idea, it would destroy the safety of anyone that looks different.
Dozens waiting outside a committee room to testify in opposition of legislation aimed at illegal immigration.
The only way that this can be implemented is by judging people based off how they look.
One bill creating a bounty hunter program to detain what the bill calls illegal aliens. The other criminalizing anyone who enters the state without official documentation.
We must act to preserve the integrity of our state and its people, as justice is the cornerstone of the rule of law.
Law enforcement from Southwest Missouri in favor of the legislation.
In the past, they would commit a crime. We would then turn them over to immigration to be, deported, but there's really no way to know whether that truly happened or not.
Saying this will add another tool in their tool belt.
We have no intention of sending our deputies out just to look for people who may or may not be illegal immigrants. We're here to protect all of our citizens.
Senator David Gregory says that his bounty hunter bill creates what he calls an ICE program, but at the state level, allowing for anyone to call in with tips to the hotline. Under the legislation, it says that if an illegal immigrant is arrested through that tip, the person who made the phone call would receive $1,000. Reporting from Missouri Capitol Bureau, I'm Emily Manley.
I was thinking about, because I run like 10 miles a day and I'm always running around my neighborhood. And I was thinking probably at minimum, and I'm saying minimum, it's probably way higher, but I'd say 60% of my neighborhood are Hispanic homeowners. And these are people, who don't speak English. So yeah, it's very, Arizona's a very scary place to be right now. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I just said that in a second. Jen, thank you so much. Thank you for the $10. She said, very grateful for you, Felice, from Jen. Very grateful for you too. And Tanya says, Finding Oz has an interesting TikTok about Ron. I heard that somewhere too. I don't know where I heard that, but maybe I saw something about it on X. I heard that. I need to look into that, what you're talking about. Oh, oops, Chasing Oz. Oh, did you say Finding Oz? Yeah, Chasing Oz. I knew what you meant. I've heard about this. I need to look that up. I need to look up whatever it is. Oh, maybe it's because someone sent it to me and put it in the group chat. It might have been Cootery. Someone might have sent me that video. I feel like someone did. It's somewhere. Okay. And again, I'm going to say this, and I know people in the comments are going to say it's my fault. This is not my fault. The sound, I think someone recorded this next clip at a high volume. So, when there's a little bit of scratchiness or popping, and I used several different devices to make sure it wasn't me. No, it's the clip. But this clip is important. So the reason, this is so gross. So basically, a teacher, this is real life in Texas, basically has turned in her students for, she suspects, because she teaches at a high school where too many people don't speak English, that they all need to be rounded up. No, I'll let you guys watch the news report. I'm not just telling you this. I'm just telling you this to prepare yourself for some. Why are you a teacher, lady? I don't know. Just listen to this.
Teacher at Fort Worth ISD is under investigation after posting a controversial message on social media, flagging the feds, asserting that students at one high school may be in the country illegally because many don't, quote, speak English. The news comes as two separate pro-immigrant rallies were held both in Fort Worth and Dallas. Fox 4's Amelia Jones joins us live tonight with the latest. Hey, Amelia.
Casey, in addition to investigating the post that came from a substitute teacher, Fort Worth ISD.
I hate this sound, though. It's so awful, but it's not. I can't turn it. I recorded it at no volume. It's just.
He sent a letter reassuring parents that schools are a safe environment. It's not just Fort Worth ISD, though. Concern and worry are spreading across North Texas, and parents are wondering if it's safe to send their children to school. Undocumented families across the country are feeling fear and worry after the Trump administration announced it would allow agencies to make immigration arrests at schools, churches, and hospitals.
Yeah, can you imagine this? Fort Worth. It's in Fort Worth. Yeah, Fort Worth is next to Dallas. My sister lives near Fort Worth. So, yeah, this is. Yeah, there's been a lot of people. I don't know if you've seen, you can see all this stuff on X. It's not good for your mental health, but there's a lot of people in communities who've made, let's say, a lot of dumb or bigoted decisions lately. There's quite a few people I've seen that have lost their jobs due to doing and saying some really horrific things. Ugh. Just gross. I don't know. Oh yeah. And then while I'm going through all these immigration videos, then I see in Tennessee, they're zip tying grandmas who are protesting immigration bills and carrying them out of the state capitol this morning.
You'll stand up for us, please.
I'm willing to sit back in my chair. That was so awful. Grandmother, a mother of 5, grandmother of 3, is legally sitting here, not breaking any laws, and I'm being carried out because they don't like seeing my sign that says Jesus was an immigrant and a refugee. Right. I do this on behalf of all the immigrants and refugees who are going to be over-policed in this country. It's horrible what's being done to them. That is the reason I am here. And I stand on their behalf. Yes. Actually, I'm kneeling on their behalf. Yes. I'm kneeling on their behalf right now, as Jesus would do. Yes. We are all children of immigrants. Yes. We are, every one of us, a child of immigrants. Yes.
Cameron Sexton is having people hauled out of the Tennessee state capitol for sitting quietly.
We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water. We shall
not. These bills, immigrants and refugees around the country are going to be terribly harmed. I did nothing wrong but have a sign on me. I did nothing wrong or nothing illegal. You all saw that. It's on the tape. And broken any rules.
We're fighting for our futures. We shall not be moved.
This country is this is America. Congratulations, MAGA. You guys are having grandmothers removed who are like, this is this morning in Tennessee. That's what they're protesting. They're trying to attend the debates on that immigration bill. I mean, there's so many disgusting bills being jammed through the Tennessee state legislature right now. Like, if you don't follow the Tennessee Holler, right? It's an account on Blue Sky, on X. Like, this is their clip. They cover all of this stuff. But God, if you're in Tennessee, it's pretty depressing to watch. I mean, there are the amount of these clips, like kids trying to protest, pew pew legislation. Like, I mean, they do not care. It's very hard. It's a hard account to watch, but they do a great job reporting. Like, the guy who runs this account is not, I think he's like banned from the state capitol because they keep making these people look so bad. They're jamming through like the school voucher stuff. It just got out of committee. Like, bad things going on in Tennessee. Tennessee Holler, like a holler, like people in the South, they live in hollers. HOLLER, like Tennessee Holler. It's a newspaper. It's a publication. Yeah. It's like TN, like the abbreviation Tennessee, Holler, HOLLER. But yeah, I mean, now we're arresting grandmas. That's where we're at with immigration. Great job, Trump. People were saying this is a real Christian. This is New Testament Christianity, something that is very much lost on Republicans. Conservatives only use Christianity as a tool to control and manipulate people, but it's nice to see there are still some real Christians left in the world. They're nowhere near the conservatives, ironically. If you're giving your money to conservative policies that are taking people's rights, that are rounding people up, Jesus was a brown socialist immigrant. So, facts. Grandma's right. Absolute facts. And not to scare everyone, but I thought this was there's so many, I hate TikTok Studio today. Again, don't blame me, blame their software. There's so many examples I could give. Like I said, I think the governor of Kentucky was talking about the bird flu and how, like, because of Trump's executive order cutting off like research and research grants, they don't understand the data around bird flu right now. But I also saw this. Oh my God, it's like a lottery. I'm sorry, my brain's not working. I can't quite remember what state, but get ready for a tuberculosis outbreak. So what if you are getting lucky, because there is a tuberculosis outbreak. But I thought this video was great because this is an example of when you halt medical research grants and dollars so doctors can't do their work. Yeah, it is Kansas. Thank you. Because I was like, I know it's like not south, but it's somewhere like right in Tornado Alley. Yeah, it's Kansas. You're right. It is Kansas. Yeah. So this is an example, and I think this doctor does a very good job calmly explaining, like, hey, this is why you don't cut off research.
Largest recorded outbreak in United States history of tuberculosis is occurring currently in the Kansas City, Kansas metro area, mainly in Wyandotte County, but also in Johnson County as well. There are currently 79 active and 213 latent cases of tuberculosis. What I mean by that is that it is caused by a bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Some people can carry the bacteria and not have outwardly symptoms. That's what latent TB is, versus active TB is where you become symptomatic. This is typically spread through prolonged exposure to someone who is coughing or sneezing. It can also be spread through raw milk as well. This information is coming from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and right now they believe that the risk to the general public is low. However, an outbreak like this normally would be alerted to the general public and physicians through the CDC's Health Alert Network, which is not happening right now because there is still a pause that's been issued by the executive branch of the government to federal health agencies. This pause needs to stop as quickly as possible because to tackle public health problems, communications is key.
Yeah, this is raw. Isn't RFK like a raw milk weirdo? Like they want to deregulate raw milk. These are the reason that we pasteurize milk is because of the diseases that spread in it. If you don't know, bird flu has in fact hopped to cows now. If you haven't heard about that, they're not reporting. Trump doesn't want any of it reported on, but the bird flu is now in the cows. So just know that milk prices won't be low. But again, this is just one example. Surprise, Kansas, you all have the black lung. This is like we're back, which can be treated with antibiotics, but we don't have health care. So there we go. This is reality. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I have a few clips to show you guys of the RFK hearing. It's like been going on for hours all day. But I'll clip it for tomorrow, like in its, all the best stuff and find all the best clips. But I'll show you a few in a second. But first, let's talk about Millie. Have you guys heard? The Donald Trump petty revenge tour continues. Donald Trump pulled Millie's security. He has threats all over. Fox News reports that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is revoking General Mark Milley's security clearance and security detail. A review will determine if Milley should be demoted in retirement for undermining Trump. Milley's army portrait will also be removed tonight. Mark Milley is one of the greatest generals ever to serve in the U.S. And because he is honest and up to Trump, this is what happens. This is fascism. You don't go along with the status quo. You say the truth. You say, hey, I don't work for a man. I'm loyal to the Constitution. This is what happened. Oh, that Cootery says there's a poll. Everyone check the poll and keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 300K. You guys are doing an amazing job. So let me show you one clip of this being reported on Fox News, and then I want to show you why Trump is doing this to Mark Milley.
We've just learned tonight that Defense Secretary Hegseth plans to remove the security detail guarding former Joint Chiefs Chairman General Mark Milley.
That's right. Secretary Hegseth has decided on his second day to immediately pull General.
His portrait wasn't. This is a different portrait. It's a second portrait that's being removed. If you don't know, yeah, one of his portraits that Biden had was removed a week ago. This is a different one.
Milley's security detail, though multiple threats on his life remain. Caroline Leavitt was asked today if the president would take responsibility if anything happened to those whose security he's pulled. The president has said former government officials can't have security forever. Hegseth also ordered a second Milley Army portrait removed from the Army halls and ordered the new acting inspector general to conduct a review board to potentially strip General Milley of a star in retirement for, quote,
quote, undermining the chain of command during President Donald Trump's first term. All highly unusual actions. Brett.
Jennifer Griffin live at the Pentagon.
Disgusting and highly unusual. And I'm just looking for this clip. I just want to remind you of why Trump is mad at Mark Milley, right? Because he's an honest person.
We don't take an oath to a country. We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it. Those values and ideas are contained within the Constitution of the United States of America, which is the moral North Star for all of us who have the privilege of wearing the cloth of our nation. It is that document that all of us in uniform swear to protect and defend against all enemies, foreign and don't take an
foreign and domestic. That's why Milley is on Trump's naughty list, because he's honest and he's well read, right? This is why Trump wants Pete Hegseth. He does not want another intelligent, well-read, competent general opposing him. He wants a pushover who will do whatever he says. That's what this is. He never wants to face a Mark Milley. Mark Milley did not waver, right? He looked at Donald Trump and he's like, absolutely not. James Comey had to go because he looked at Donald Trump and said, I'm not loyal to you. Now Trump has everybody signing loyalty pledges and talking in order to get hired in the federal workforce. Now, I don't know if anyone's seen these applications that are floating around. You have to say what your MAGA revelation moment was. That's how you get hired now in the federal government. You tell your story of your MAGA revelation moment. They comb through your social media. And if you've ever said anything negative about Donald Trump, you can't work there. Yeah. And my guess is if you're somebody who's never criticized somebody who has been caught in God knows, just in his first term, there's a database of 30,000 plus lies that he told that was kept by the Washington Post. So if you've never criticized someone who lied over 30,000 times just in their first term, I question if you should be working anywhere. Are you honest? Are you capable of standing up to a dictator? I don't know. Oh, TikTok. Why? And now we have to move on to something even more. I'm sorry. I wish I had better news for you today, but this is just the reality of where we're at in America. We have to talk for a second about RFK. And again, I will clip, like, his hearing was still going on when I started this live, but not Ron DeSantis. We've already suffered through that. Every time. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Have you guys, okay, so this is, I wish I had better news. I'll just say it again. And I'm glad she finally did. So on Monday, thank you. And if you guys aren't following me, please follow me. Follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitch, follow me on TikTok. I appreciate it so much. I'm pretty much a girl has no name across the whole internet. So yeah, this video. This is the full video. I don't know. Like, I've seen a lot of clips of it, like the weirder parts, but this is actually the full video. And if you don't know, like, I was showing on Monday, Jack Schlossberg, who is Caroline Kennedy's son, extremely good looking. Just saying, I'm just making an objective statement. I've pretty much sworn off relationships as a whole, but yeah, he's objectively good looking and pretty smart. Yeah, I mean, he looks like RFK. He looks like not RFK Jr. The good-looking one. Anyways, he looks exactly like Robert Anyways, okay, so this is mom, and she had never spoke out. Like, there are other Kennedys. Like, when I worked for the Kamala Harris campaign, there were Kennedys like on the campaign who were just being like, you guys don't understand who RFK is. But Jack Schlossberg on Monday like posted this like frantic video and was just like, why isn't my family saying who this guy is? Like, what the like, you're gonna let this man be confirmed? We all know he's insane. Like, and then Jack Schlossberg's mom wrote a letter to Congress, and then this video is her reading the letter essentially. So, man, there's some disturbing things in here.
Dear Senators, throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as United States Ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it's been, and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill. He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying. But he has personal qualities related to this job, which for me pose even greater concern. I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator.
You don't know what she's referring to, which he doesn't even deny, right? Like, he had a law office for like environmental law, and there was a young woman working in it who was in law school who, like on the weekends would stay at his house and take care of his children. And yeah, she's spoken out about this. You can look up this story. She's been interviewed about it. And he basically on multiple occasions essayed her and like doesn't necessarily deny it. He just is like, yeah, I did a lot of things. Like, yeah, if you want to look it up, you could read all about this. But I mean, that's pretty much what, I mean, in general, what she's probably referring to when she says predator.
He's always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of his personality, his willingness to take risks and break the rules. I watch his younger brothers and cousins follow him down the path of drug addiction. His basement, his garage, his dorm room were always the center of the action, where drugs were available, and he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in a blender to feed to his hawks. It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence.
Remember, this is the guy, like, there's a I kept telling everyone, there's this huge New Yorker article on him and everyone should read it. It's super long. But remember, this is not the first time stories of him chopping up animal parts has come out. Remember what he put in Central Park? This is something that's well documented. Like, yeah, we could get into his ex-wife. That's a whole nother horrific thing. Yeah. Yeah, you could get into his ex-wife as well. That's another horrific tragedy. Yeah, there's 4 more minutes of this. We don't have to listen to the whole thing, but I just want people to know, like, this is, like, some stuff she goes on to say that's really disturbing is how he will profit off of this job. He has ongoing lawsuits that if he gets this job, he can influence in his position and basically profit off financially. And one of the things, like, no, today was just his hearing. The vote is not now. Today's just the hearing. It was still going on when this live started. But I watched like the first round of questions from the hearing, and like Elizabeth Warren was on him about profiting. She's like, will you say that you're not going to profit off these lawsuits? And he wouldn't say it. Of course he won't say it. He's going to make money off this job. They all are. And that's what she's saying is he's a predator.
That was a long time ago, and people can change. Through his own strength and the many second chances he was given by people who felt sorry for the boy who lost his father, Bobby was able to pull himself out of illness and disease. I admire the discipline that took and the continuing commitment it requires. But siblings and cousins who Bobby encouraged down the path of substance abuse suffered addiction, illness, and death, while Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. Today, while he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own kids while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs. Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he's told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 outbreak of measles, have cost lives. And now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways too. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against an HPV vaccine. In other words, Bobby is willing to profit and enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and has already been safely administered to millions of boys and girls.
Who hasn't had this vaccine? I mean, since it's been developed, everyone gets this vaccine. There's a lawsuit against it that could prevent it from continuing. Yes, probably everyone here's children has gotten it. It's complete. And she's saying if he gets into that position, he can profit off of that lawsuit.
During my time in Australia, I worked on the Quad Cancer Initiative, and I learned that cervical cancer is among the top 3 forms of cancer among women in a majority of countries. Tragically, every year, more than 200,000 children lose their mothers. They are orphaned due to a lack of vaccines and screening. Those are the real-world consequences of Bobby's irresponsible beliefs. We are a close family, and none of that is easy to say. It also wasn't easy to remain silent last year when Bobby expropriated my father's image and distorted President Kennedy's legacy to advance his own failed presidential campaign, and then groveled to Donald Trump for a job. Bobby continues to grandstand off my father's assassination and that of his own father. It's incomprehensible to me that someone who is willing to exploit their own painful family tragedies for publicity would be put in charge of America's life and death situations. Unlike Bobby, I try not to speak for my father, but I am certain that he and my Uncle Bobby, who gave their lives in public service to our country, and my Uncle Teddy, who devoted his long Senate career to the cause of improving health care, would be disgusted. The American healthcare system, for all its flaws, is the envy of the world.
Yeah, no, that's where I got to drop off. I can't even hear. Nope. What? It's really not, though. What? Have you seen the rankings? We're the last in the developed world, actually. But yeah, thank you, Caroline. I don't know why you haven't been saying that sooner. Well, I mean, I do get you were in an ambassadorship. It's kind of shady. Well, yeah, Frida, I saw you say he's already profiting off lawsuits. The point is not if he has prior, which is unbelievably shitty, right? You're spreading false medical information and then profiting off the lawsuits created around it, because Big Pharma just settles lawsuits. Yeah, that's not cool. But when you are in charge of HHS and you can direct research and validate or invalidate studies, that's a whole new level of power. And then to have a financial stake in it is unconscionable, right? Because you're going to you're going to have people direct studies or make studies that agree with your, that you can then benefit off financially. And they kept Elizabeth Warren was like, say you won't profit off those lawsuits. And he wouldn't say it. So again, I'll have all the clips. The hearing was still going on when this live started, but I did, however, get a few clips that were highly disturbing. Because after I watched that Carolyn Kennedy video, I was like, I just need to check out what's going on in this hearing. And I'll tell you what, Bobby Kennedy has perjured himself, in my opinion, and many lawyers' opinions, several times during this hearing. I don't know what Bobby Kennedy, and the amount of times he's like, I never said that. And then they're like, we have the transcript. I can't even count the number of times Bobby Kennedy's like, I never said that. You're making that up. And they're like, yeah, it's here. We have the transcript. But this is the time that Midas Touch points out and is like, yeah, this is perjury.
You say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender.
No, I never said that. I think a lot of the problems we see in kids, and particularly boys, it's probably underappreciated that how much of that is coming from chemical exposures, including a lot of the sexual dysphoria that we're seeing. They're swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals today, and many of those are endocrine disruptors. There's atrazine throughout our water supply. Atrazine, by the way, if you in a lab put atrazine in a tank full of frogs, it will chemically castrate and forcibly feminize every frog in there, and 10% of the frogs, the male frogs, will turn into fully viable females able to produce viable eggs. If it's doing that to frogs, it could. There's a lot of other evidence that it's doing it to human beings as well.
Oh, there's no evidence, actually. There's absolutely no evidence, but there is evidence that you just perjured yourself, that this is the evidence that you perjured yourself while under oath in a congressional hearing, weirdo. This is just, I just clipped a couple of things, so I'm just letting you guys know this is what you're going to have to suffer through tomorrow, because this is a long hearing of this man denying saying things, and then people being like, we have the transcripts. You don't play clips in Senate hearings, though. They just have the transcripts. In order to catch someone in a lie in a confirmation hearing, you can't. It would be better if they just were like, well, what about this clip? But no, that's not what they do. They have the transcripts. And then after he denies it, then they just are like, I'm going to submit this transcript to the record because you're a liar. So think about it. We've been talking about him profiting off his job. If you don't already know, someone got it right in the comments. I saw someone in the comments saying, oh, he's already profiting, his wife's hawking MAGA candles and all sorts of things. Yeah, he's Trump, right? He's mini Trump, hawking all sorts of weird make America healthy again products. Go look at the websites. It's disgusting. He's literally mini Trump. He has absolutely no shame. But this will absolutely disgust you. Prepare yourself to, none of us like him anyways, but this is pretty much sums him up, who he is.
Running out of time.
Oh, wait, I need to say one more thing. Keep in mind, all this man's children are vaccinated. So just remember, this man's children are vaccinated.
I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you were trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unvaxxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
Yeah, that was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with leadership.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product.
Preach, Bernie, preach. This charlatan needs to go. This is who Donald Trump wants to be in charge of our health. This guy, this awful, awful man who couldn't find his way out of a paper bag, let alone be in charge of anything. Oh my God. And also, okay, I'm just going to keep saying trigger warning because these clips are, it's just, I find them very disturbing. Oh, Senator Maggie Hassan, she was fabulous, but I'm from New Hampshire, from the great state of New Hampshire. I love this woman after today. But
regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it.
That's the AB pill. He's going to help Trump ban the AB pill, right? This doesn't require a federal AB ban. What they're going to do is have RFK do studies with pro-life Dr. quacks and say it's unsafe. I just want to be clear. There are study after study after study after study after study done on this pill. It is safer than Tylenol, right? Just know that. It's safer than Tylenol. Yeah, real medical studies, not quack science. It has been studied. You don't pass the FDA without studying something. Yeah, I'm just going to, she does eat right here. I agree, but I just had to say that.
Regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it. Here are the safety studies that tell us mifepristone is safe and effective. And I ask, Mr. Chair, that these about 40 studies be admitted to the record by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
So the studies are there. The safety is proved. The science is there. But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order.
I mean, it's disturbing, but will it help him not be confirmed? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, I love Maggie Hassan. She's awesome. Great job, New Hampshire, electing smart people. Love to see it. New England's always is doing a great job.
Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps. You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it. I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp?
Let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish. I'm just reading your words. I mean, what happened to these kids? 1 in 31 boys in this country, their minds are being robbed from them.
Yeah, I was not comparing the CDC to Nazi death camps. I was comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities.
This man is supposed to run. Yeah, literally, that's what he said. Exactly. Thank you, Auntie. I completely agree. We all just heard it. But, and like, is this example perjury? I don't know. Because it's like, is there a different, like, he's just going to say, oh, I don't remember or something, probably. And this is what I'm talking about Elizabeth Warren saying, can you just say you're not going to profit off this position? You won't profit off the lawsuits when you can direct research?
Change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You have said
you're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
No, she's asking you personally not to profit.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines, and you can change.
Anyways, we'll continue with this. I just wanted to show you a few of the clips. I mean, he was torn alive in these hearings, but that, I don't think it matters. Like, that's my point. We can't do, like, the checks and balances we have against Donald Trump are the Supreme Court, right? It's the judicial branch, and we have the legislative branch. And if no Republicans will oppose the mad orange king, then we can't oppose him, right? I mean, truly, he can do whatever he wants. So this will take some brave, well, I mean, you would think just sane Republicans who are like, this guy's not fit to do this. Oh, wait, I have one more that's really good. I want to show you guys. I love Michael Bennet. I'm a huge Michael Bennet fan.
So disturbing to me is that out of 330 million Americans, we're being asked to put somebody in this job who has spent 50 years of his life peddling in half-truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of Lyme
I want all of
disease
our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. This matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools, and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over.
Someone said he sounds like Alan Thicke. That's all I could hear now. And then also Susan sent me a tip and it says, for the sound of Bobby's voice. Thank you, Susan. I feel bad for all of us. Everyone deserves to be paid every time Bobby speaks. It's like, oh God, he does sound like Alan Thicke. I never heard that. It's like until someone said, oh my God, now I can't remember his name. What's Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania? Until someone's like, that sounds exactly like Obama. Now, every time Josh Shapiro speaks, I'm like, oh my God. It's like until someone points it out, you don't hear it. And then once someone points it out, it's all you'll ever hear again. But yeah, so I'll clip the rest of the hearing. That was just because I didn't have time to clip it. But yeah, if I look tired or disturbed, it's because my job is to watch disturbing clips. It's like being a moderator of Google and just watching horrific videos all day and then trying to like cope with it. It always surprises me how awful people are. Especially, I guess I should have. I don't know what I thought. I kind of thought like maybe RFK had been got a PR team and he had been practicing to not appear awful, but no, that's not the case. He's not. He did not do that. He still appears very awful. Okay, I want to just say that I'm trying to think of what exactly is the most important to go through because I am a little bit tired. If I seem tired, I am. I wanted to talk about, if you guys don't know, the Republicans had a retreat and we paid for it with our tax dollars at Doral, right? Trump had it at his own resort. Sorry, I'm just loading a clip. If you're wondering what I'm doing, just choosing the right clip. And I don't want to have to get into more, but this is Trump at Doral, right? Speaking to, yeah, exactly. Of course. So he could be on his own golf course and steal our tax dollars to house the entire the Republican caucus there. Jen said they should ask this basic question in all hearings. This administration hangs their hat on meritocracy. What makes you the most qualified person for this role? I know. Amen. The insulting of saying there are DEI hires. Biden had the most qualified people pound for pound in jobs. And these are the degradation of standards in the American government. These are the dregs of society, the most unqualified people on earth. Trump had to pick people he was smarter than. Do you know how hard that is to find? Literally, the bottom of the barrel, the bar is in hell. Trump was like, there's not that many people I can outmaneuver. Keep tapping the screen. It's like a band of, well, I mean, they're not smart, but they all are grifters. You know what I mean? They're all like, how can I profit off this? So I'm just going to play this clip of Trump at his own resort where our tax dollars have to pay to house the Republican caucus so Trump can just say random things.
How would you like to be the pilot of a plane? You got two pilots up there and you got 300 people sitting in a plane. Every one of them either a murderer, a drug lord, a kingpin of some kind, the head of the mob, or a gang member. And you're flying that plane. It's not gonna—
So remember, right? We saw that Rachel Maddow clip where Trump was forced to admit, right? They arrested 1,200 people one day and he was bragging about that because everyone was saying you're just doing normal ICE operations, stop acting. Or Biden averaged 308 ICE arrests a day. So he's like, step it up. And then he had to admit that over half of them were not criminals. They were just normal people. So Trump is trying to pretend in this speech like he's like these military planes being flown back to other countries where people have hand and leg shackles and there's no air conditioning are criminals. They're not.
A gang member, and you're flying that plane. It's not going to end well. Do you ever see the movie Con Air? That's what, yeah, except here's the difference. The people in Con Air were actors. They weren't nearly as tough as these guys. I would say that plane would be gone before it ever left. Those pilots would be gone before it ever left. So they don't want us to shackle them. I don't.
Okay, so the reason I'm showing you that clip, because I think after Monday, we are really sick of listening to Trump talk. I know I am. So I only had a few clips but this is why I wanted to show you this. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost at 300K. We could do it. By 4 o'clock, we're supposed to be at 400K. But let's just get to 300K. We're doing a great job. Keep tapping the screen. So WAPO is reporting that Trump is unhappy. This is what I was telling you guys. With the pace of migrant deportations, and has told ICE he expects to see 1,200 to 1,500 people deported a day. It has only been 300 to 600 a day so far. Tom Homan was asked about NBC. I don't have a quota. My instructions to ICE is to arrest as many as you can. But when reporters pressed and did investigations, they know, right, that they're not criminals. They're just arresting people, right? Like that guy's wife, who she had a court date. They're about to have their 11th anniversary. And this is just another example of what Trump is doing. And I just want to tell you what's going on these flights, because this is being reported in the news. Brazil is outraged that 88 immigrants deported from the U.S. arrived in their country by plane in handcuffs and leg shackles, calling it a flagrant disregard for their rights. The Brazil Justice Ministry said that passengers were subjected to degrading treatment, and they demanded that handcuffs and shackles be removed immediately when the plane landed. Brazil now demands explanations from the U.S. government about the degrading treatment of the passengers. AFP News, because these people are being interviewed and the truth is coming out, spoke to Edgar da Silva Moura, a 31-year-old computer technician who was one of the immigrants on the flight. Quote, "On the plane, they didn't give us water. We were tied hands and feet. They wouldn't even let us go to the bathroom. It was very hot. Some people fainted." Trump's painting a very different picture. Trump has a problem with the truth. This is the reality. Oh, Max, I see you're here. Remember when you defeated me in a debate? Yeah, that's on the internet for all to see. If anyone wants to watch maxyourcredit.com get owned in a debate by me, it's on my YouTube. So, yeah, Max, there's a replay for everyone to watch, so you don't need to lie to yourself. You didn't know one thing about anything. And honestly, you shouldn't debate anymore on the internet. That's my advice to you. But please don't interrupt my teaching session. Anyways, this is even worse. Yeah, see, people in the chat witnessed it. People in the chat are saying you were awful. Like, God, just slink away in shame, Max. But if anyone doesn't believe me, I mean, these people have seen me debate, Max. So we know that's not true. But yeah, I encourage everyone, because we're trying to get my YouTube watch hours up. So go watch Max get owned. It's on YouTube. It was yesterday. It's the live me and Pickles debating. Anyways, but let's get back to this, because this is important. Luis Antonio Rodriguez Santos told AFP that the flight was a nightmare, 4 hours without air conditioning due to technical issues on the planes. Brazil's Minister of Human Rights said, quote, "Immigrants are being treated like criminals. Children with autism who went through very serious experiences were also on the flight." This is a military plane where Trump is shackling children with autism. So let's just be clear. When Trump says Con Air, these are criminals. No, these are children on the spectrum who aren't given water, can't go to the bathroom, and are tied up. But for some reason, Trump is not getting this information correct. Should we be surprised that Trump never gets anything correct? And I like this. The Miami Herald is reporting that there are 473,606 Colombian immigrants who live in Florida who may not be entirely thrilled with Trump's recent spat with their home country over a treatment. The irony is what Trump is doing. This is his base. These people voted for him in Florida, and he's terrorizing them now. Like I said, it's almost like he's campaigning for us in 2026.
Plans put together. In particular, in the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America.
Yeah, all of this is supposed to happen soon, by the way. Like in a press conference, his press secretary, his press person who has a problem with the truth, Caroline Leavitt, she said by February 1st, they're planning on tariffing Canada and Mexico. And a reporter's like, well, in that press release you gave us, it says China too. And she's like, oh, like probably. So again, this is not only going to hurt us. This will only hurt our economy. I don't want to lie, but we're heading to a recession. Like, I don't even want to think about it because I doubt like what I do for a living will make money in a recession. So I'm scared to even think about it. But yeah, this is where we're at now. We're definitely heading towards a recession because of Donald Trump. I would get into it. I won't get into DeepSeek. If you want to read the research paper DeepSeek, I would check it out. But yeah, like Trump in that speech went on to ramble. He doesn't even know what DeepSeek is. It's the #1 most downloaded app in the US. And he's like, oh, DeepSeek, that's a thing that is very strange. It's like, no, it's an app and it's not strange at all. It's the best function chatbot in the world. You should try it out. And it's open source. So like, this is my point. All of this AI technology that's being developed in the US that they want to charge people for, in China, a 40-year-old man who was not, because part of Trump's speech at Doral was that Chinese people are stealing our technology and taking it back to China. This man was educated in China. He's 40 years old. He was educated at a university in China. Then he, as an engineer, then he became a quants trader, right? Like, and if you understand what quantitative trading is, he's using AI models to develop algorithms to trade on. That's what he was doing. And then he invested in the developing like complex language model AI. And that's what DeepSeek is. And it's open source, meaning his technology is free and it's better than anything any of these tech oligarchs have. So basically, all the money our tax dollars are subsidizing and all Trump's talking about, all this AI crap, has just been completely invalidated. DeepSeek is the #1 most downloaded app in the App Store. I finished the research paper last night, and like, yeah, it's kind of interesting because I would think like China would want, I don't know how China plans to profit off of it. Now, he was largely like, China was investing in a lot of AI projects, and this guy kind of was completely under the radar. They weren't betting on him. He was like kind of like little known, but once the Chinese government has their eye on you, things can change. So I don't know what the future is, but he sounds like an idealist who wants this to be open source and free. So yeah, TikTok is slowly unaliving. I agree with that. Yeah, Trump said that. And then Trump said in that speech, Trump was saying like, oh, we want 50% of TikTok, which the US government can't own TikTok. I thought he meant like, you need to sell us 50% of it. Well, in his speech in Doral, in his rambling nutcase speech, he's like, no, I don't want China owning any of TikTok. Like, he's again talking about forcing China to completely sell. So the future is not bright for TikTok. Have you guys seen these clips? This guy who says that children who want free school lunch should get a job. Have you guys heard about this? He's just like, and she has to be like, yeah, these children, a lot of these children are too young to have a job.
Would you support getting rid of, school lunch for vulnerable kids and breakfast and Head Start, for example, and getting rid of childhood cancer research? Do you support that? And what do you say to your constituents? I want to follow up on that question, too, because I didn't hear an answer from you.
Sure. So I'm an ER doc.
And I know that philanthropy is where you get most of your money for childhood cancer research, for example. And it's not just you look at what the president just proposed, a $500 billion spending bill on AI to produce cancer early detection in the first stage on most body parts. That's his spending bill where he wants to increase cancer research. So it's just about what part of the money it comes out of. When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy. And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home, instead of going to work at Burger King and McDonald's during the summer, should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work? I think we need to have a top-down review.
I think you're painting a lot of these kids with a broad brush. I would say that's not necessarily a fair assessment of all of the kids. So you would say all the kids in your district who use the free lunch, for example, or breakfast, they're all just sitting at home and not working. Okay, I just want to clarify because that seems like what you were trying to.
Yeah, I was a teacher. He was not. He has no idea what he's talking about. When I was student teaching, I like to give this example. I was not supposed to be alone in a classroom. I was basically alone in a classroom with 40 something kids. I think there was 3 or 4 languages being spoke there. And I'm not talking obviously Spanish was one because it was Arizona, but I'm talking about there were Ethiopian refugees. There were, it was crazy. And I mean, at least half that class, if they missed the free breakfast, which was a shitty muffin and a milk, they weren't eating until lunch. And these were 7-year-olds. And he's get in the fields and pick berries. When would you like them to do that? What is he talking about?
This gives us a chance. No, This gives us a chance, though, to see where is the money really being spent. Who can actually go and actually produce their own income? Who can actually go out there and do something that makes them have value?
Yeah, these 7-year-olds need to produce their own income, you guys. It's ridiculous. Let me tell you what, to say that we shouldn't feed kids who are trying to learn is insane, right? It benefits all of America. As we get older, eventually we're going to need to retire. We need a younger, educated workforce to make money so they can work while we all retire. If you don't eat, you cannot think. You cannot retain information. I saw this all the time. Kids were starving in class, and I would have to bring my own snacks and give them apple juice and things because they could not think. If they weren't, that's the reality. And this guy is hey, let's just see who can earn a living for themselves. What are you talking about? You're talking about my class was 6 and 7-year-old children, and you're saying that they need to earn a living and feed themselves? They can't.
And work skills for the future. I mean, how many people got their start in fast food restaurants when they were kids versus just giving a blanket rule that gives all kids lunches in high school who are capable of going out and actually getting a job and doing something that makes them have value, thinking about their future instead of thinking about how they're going to sponge off the government when they don't need to. We don't give people value.
They don't know they're children. They just know they're hungry. This man is evil. And no, I don't actually believe in good and evil, but truly unethical and sick. Truly. Great job, whoever elected this man.
Give them the ability to dig themselves out when we penalize them for actually working and actually keep them on welfare. That's what's been the inner city problem for a very long time.
Isn't it Senator McCormick? I think his name is Senator McCormick, isn't it? Or... oh, wait, maybe I'm getting it wrong. Hold on, I'll look.
We need to have a top-down review so we can get people out of poverty, because you know what? America's very good at creating jobs and giving people worth, and we've been very traditionally good at that, but we're losing our way. And that's when we give people incentives to stay at home and not work. That doesn't work for America.
But a lot of these kids aren't even of working age. They're young kids, and as you well know, and also some of the kids at Head Start, they're 5 and under.
They're 5 and under, you awful human being. Who says that? Oh, these people should go get a job. Yeah, I think his name's Rick McCormick. Yeah, Rick McCormick. Ew, he looks, yeah, okay, that looks more like him. Because like he used to be way skinnier. He's wealthiest in Georgia. He represents the 6th congressional district. The wealthiest in Georgia. The wealthiest district in Georgia, this man represents. Oh, it gets worse too. This is a doctor. So I want you to remember that this man is a doctor. And then the next clip goes on to say, why are poor people so fat? That's because SNAP, you can't get any good nutrition. We know that. We know, like, this has been a long discussion. There are studies done on how the money we provide to poor people in this country, they cannot afford proper nutrition. Yeah, I'm serious. Just prepare yourself. No, he's a surgeon. Pretty sure.
When you talk about producing not just calories but nutrition, this is what JFK Jr. is all about. When in history, and this is a really good question.
He called RFK JFK Jr., by the way. Maybe you need better nutrition so your brain works better.
Calories but nutrition. This is what JFK Jr. is all about. When in history, and this is a really good question for any reporter, when in history have we had our poorest people also be our fattest people? That's for the first time here in America. Traditionally, our poorest people have been very skinny and very under-nutritioned. We think
under-nutritioned is not a word. You're a doctor and you're an embarrassment to this country. Oh, really? Kids have been under-nutritioned? Do you mean malnourished? Do you mean malnourished, sir? You're a doctor and you can't say words, and you're talking about how kids should be able to learn with no food in their stomach. I feel like, and you represent the wealthiest district in Georgia, Congressional District 6, in case anyone's wondering. Oh no, now he's representing, okay, wait, no, hold on, let me read this. Until 2025, he represented the 6th congressional district, the wealthiest in Georgia. In 2024, he was elected to represent the 7th. So now he's in the 7th. Whatever's right next to the 6th.
Calories equals nutrition. It doesn't. We need to be smarter about the way we deliver our consumables, not just give them money, but actually make sure it's delivered.
Yeah, let's give everyone that like Soylent Green. Everyone can just get like bottles of nutrition, like engineers who never stop coding, just drink their calories. Why do we do that? No, because this is America and people have choices. Now, I want you guys to remember that Michelle Obama, a black woman, this is what she was saying. Kids need better nutrition. If you want to know why Americans are overweight, it's because there's no regulation in our food, right? Even like, we all know Tony Ravioli. He's like the billionaire behind like Chef Boyardee or whatever, and he's on the internet here. We've all pretty much run into him for time to time. He talks about that, right? He has dual citizenship in the UK. If you've ever lived outside of America, you know that you cannot, like, the food that is allowed in America, there are no standards whatsoever for food here. And the same food is not allowed in the UK. It is not allowed in Canada. And Michelle Obama used to talk about that. And I don't remember, like on one of my past episodes, I played like 20 clips. I played like 20 different clips of them being like, this is America. I'll have my 4-ounce thirst buster if I wanted it. That's what Fox News said. If I want salt, if I want a supersized value meal, this is America. You can't take it from me. That's what happened when Michelle Obama wanted children to eat better. But this guy says, if it's to steal money from us, right? If they can smell $3 trillion they could enrich themselves with, then kids don't need to eat.
In the right way.
Well, and as you know, look, a lot of food of poor people.
Someone said he's an ER doc. He's already gone through 2 wives and dating a Texas representative. Thank you for the tea. Love the tea. He's an ER doctor. Okay. Well, he's worried about kids being undernutritioned. We know that.
live in food deserts without access to healthy food, but of course I think it's important to talk about the food that they're getting and whether they should have access to healthy food and food that is affordable. And again, that is a big question, how any of this will actually tangibly lower the food prices, which is what Trump said he would do on day one. Now we're seeing from the administration, well, you're hearing from his vice president, it's going to take more time.
It's going to take more time. Food prices. Exactly. You won't raise the SNAP money. As a matter of fact, they want to take SNAP away. Food prices are skyrocketing, right? Especially healthy food. Vegetables are skyrocketing. They're not picking the harvest because you guys are mass deporting the people who pick the food harvest. And then you're telling us all that we need to eat healthier. We can't even afford to buy food. Make it make sense. And when Michelle Obama said we needed to eat healthier, they said no. So please. Oh, yeah. And then this woman, she is awful. She's from Texas, right? Claudia Tenney. She is another representative who is awful. And she was on TV yesterday saying they're going to take a run at the Affordable Care Act. They're going to take the little bit of affordable health care left in America.
Other point of contention. What's the other disagreement among you all?
I think the big thing is a lot of people want to see us cut mandatory spending. And Maria, we had a bill to repeal and replace Obamacare, which we passed in the House of Representatives. It was voted down by one vote. John McCain, God rest his soul, voted no. We could have cut mandatory spending. That's where all the money is. And now we've got to get into Doge and doging things and finding out where we can cut.
Sure.
Because if we're going to go into rapid growth with this energy production, with cutting taxes, you also have to bring down the cost of government. We have revenues. We've got to cut down the costs.
Not by taking health care, what little health care Americans have. You monster. And someone said she's from New York. That's right. That sounds more correct. I was thinking of another awful woman in Texas with a different name that starts with a T. I don't know if I have the heart to go through this whole thing. I'm so tired of all of these lies. I just want to find this one clip, though, about eggs. Because I know, it's like, why do I want to still talk about eggs? Because the lies are driving me nuts. This woman, this is Caroline Leavitt. She's the press secretary. She literally, in the beginning of this press conference, said, I'm not going to lie. Or like, I'm here committed to telling the truth. And then proceeded to lie her way. Actually, no, I do need to use some of these things. I think they're actually more important than I'm giving them credit for. And then proceeded to lie her way through the entire conference.
After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons.
So you mean exactly what John Kirby did a press conference and said? Is that what you mean? All of those drones? You're saying exactly what the Biden administration said? Do you guys understand that Trump's like, I'll tell you guys, first of all, it's not day one, but this is exactly what John Kirby said. These are authorized by the FAA to be flying. Surprise. How embarrassing for MAGA. Do you guys ever get tired of being embarrassed?
After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
Okay, so it literally exactly what Biden said is what was going on with the drones. Thank you. I guess when you say it, they'll listen. You guys are MAGA. How embarrassing for you guys. What? God.
Of both parties in this job. When you're up here in this briefing room speaking to the American public, do you view yourself and your role as speaking on, advocating on behalf of the president or providing the unvarnished truth that is, not to lie, not to obfuscate? to the American people?
I commit to telling the truth from this podium every single day. I commit to speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people. And that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years, many of the lies that have been told to your faces in this very briefing room. I will not do that. But
and then she proceeded to do it. I just want you guys to know that the rest of the press conference, she lied. So just to be clear, I mean, this ended up being a lie in and of itself. Don't even bother to say it. And I just want you guys to know what's going on in the White House press room. If you don't know who Natalie Winters is, this is Steve Bannon. She's not a journalist, okay? You used to have to be a real journalist to be in the press room. Not anymore. That's just hacks that Trump likes. It's no longer in the press room. Real journalists who will ask real questions aren't allowed in the press room any longer. Now it's just random hacks. This is a blonde girl that Steve Bannon hired a few years ago. Front row. This is letting everyone front row. Steve Bannon's former employer, Breitbart, also had a seat in the front row. Disgraced and fired former Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe applied for White House credentials today. Let's see what happens. Right-wing talk show host Benny Johnson, who was paid by the Russians to spread their propaganda in the U.S., he's one of the tenant media shills. I officially registered for a White House press credential. Thank you to the White House for recognizing the power of independent news. We speak for the people. How many times have I debunked Benny Johnson's lies on this show? I mean, too many to count. Benny Johnson is the one that kept saying Biden had released a 3PDO or pardoned, and really it was a prisoner swap with China. We were getting American prisoners in China back, and they wanted that guy. I mean, I don't know why. Hopefully to punish him further and keep him locked up. But it was a student at Southern Methodist University who had been found with disgusting content on his computer, and that's who China wanted back.
Is the Trump administration recommending that organizations that rely on federal funding make payroll, pay their rent in the meantime?
It is a temporary pause, and the Office of Management and Budget is reviewing the federal funding that has been going out the door. Again, not for individual assistance, but for all of these other programs that I mentioned. I also spoke with the incoming director of OMB this morning, and he told me to tell all of you that the line to his office is open for other federal government agencies across the board, and if they feel that programs are necessary and in line with the president's agenda, then the Office of Management and Budget will review those policies. I think this is a very responsible measure. Again, the past 4.
So I just want to be clear what she just said. So they cut off Meals on Wheels and all sorts of programs from federal funding, and she said, call Russ Vought. If you don't remember who Russ Vought is, he's going to be, first of all, he hasn't been confirmed. We can't call him. He's a private citizen today. So no, we won't be calling someone who's not part of the government. But she's saying you can call Russ Vought and beg for your money if you want it. And they're going to give the money to who? To Elon Musk, to billionaires that want government contracts who supported Trump, to red states who voted for Trump. Meanwhile, California has burned down, and they're saying, unless you gerrymander your state with voter ID laws, we won't give you money. That's what I just want to be clear. That's what she just said. And again, Russ Vought has not been confirmed. He is the author of what is going on. This man is the overseer of Project 2025. He authored the chapter on consolidating power in the executive branch, what Trump is doing now. This Russ Vought is the man who authored that chapter. He is the head of the Center for Renewing America and a self-professed Christian nationalist. I said I used to think Leonard Leo was the scariest man in the Republican, in the conservative leagues. Now I think it's Russ Vought. That's the truth. And this was funny. Someone responded to this clip and was like, so let me get this straight. It's not a blanket pause, but actually it is a blanket pause. And now every organization that Congress legally appropriated money to needs to get on the phone with a guy who is yet to be confirmed and beg for the money they are legally obligated to. This is great job voting, MAGA. You guys are smart. You guys did a great job, especially since more of you in red welfare states need this assistance than anywhere else. You guys are smart. Congratulations.
Doge and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money. So that's what this pause is focused on, being good stewards of tax dollars.
And so this doesn't affect meals.
Okay, so this might come as a shock to everyone, but this is a pathological lie. A pathological lie that is being spewed all over the internet. And, you know, I had to get a history degree and learn how to do research and write a thesis in order to do it. But man, do you not have to be smart to figure out this is a pathological lie? Truly, you don't even have to have a brain. And like, I'm trying to think if I want here. Let me just, it's not hard to find these reports. She said that we gave $50 million in condoms to Gaza. No, we didn't. Right? That would go in this budget. No, we didn't. We truly didn't. Here, let me. This woman is actually, I don't need to look up the reports. I think I have screenshots. Hold on. Let me find. I'll go back to this in a second. Yeah, I did. Thank God I screenshotted. Okay. I just want to show you. So these are the 2023 reports because you know me, right? Guess Gaza, no condoms. 0 condoms went to Gaza. That is a complete, Elon Musk. The reason that they're spreading this lie is largely because of Elon Musk. Those screenshots I just passed were Elon Musk. But yeah, this you can actually look this up by country. You see how this says contraceptive and female protective, /RH condom deliveries to the Middle East in 2023. The only place that were delivered condoms in the Middle East in 2023 was the country of Jordan, and that was $45,680. That's it. No other countries in the Middle East received condoms. But you know what the interesting thing was? Because you know me, like, I'm not just going to look up if Biden spent money on condoms, which turns out was $45,680 in the Middle East and was from a literal different country, Jordan, not Gaza. But you know what I found? Guess what report guess who spent a lot of money on condoms in the Middle East? Donald Trump. 2019, $1,053,035 of condoms to the Middle East? What? Why is no one reporting on Donald Trump and his $1 million of condoms to the Middle East? That's super strange. It almost seems like you guys are hypocritical liars. Biden sent $45,000 of condoms to the Middle East, and Trump sent $1,053,000 in 2019. That's interesting. But you guys, you have to understand how health works, right? We allocate money for foreign aid. Part of that is for contraceptives. We want people to use contraceptives because otherwise, right, all sorts of illnesses spread all over the world. If you don't understand how that works, if you don't understand how illnesses spread, then just picture COVID. Same thing with STIs. It's very important to provide contraceptives. So, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but I'm saying acting like Trump didn't do the exact same thing is mother effing delusional. So just in case anyone's clear on who's spending more money in the Middle East on condoms, it's Trump. But in fairness, I'll say this. Total in 2023, $60 $787,629 were spent on condoms. That's worldwide, right? And I believe, sorry, it's hard to say. I think the majority went to Africa. Yeah, the vast majority, where we know that there's a lot of STIs spreading and fast, went to Africa. And in Trump's last fiscal year, 2019, almost $39,105,842 on condoms. Now, this is called research that anyone with a brain, do you know how long it took me to find these reports? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I have the PDF, and today, if you want to join the Discord, it's in the Discord in the outline. 2 minutes to find out that Caroline Leavitt, after promising to not be a liar, is in fact a liar. 2 minutes. These are government reports. These are PDFs released by the government. So again, the lies never end. And I think this is from The Guardian, which I also put into, if you don't want to leaf through government reports on giving condoms to the world. Yeah, this is a Guardian article. Well, but this is more annoying because it's not like it's one article. This was like them just fact checking a bunch and talking about a bunch of things that happened. They fact checked it and was like, oh, I have the screenshots. They're calling out Elon Musk for spreading the lie, because he did. Look. Because she says that they spent all this money on condoms, which, again, $50 million didn't of condoms never went to Gaza. And Elon Musk says tip of the iceberg. And then I just want to show you this. Underneath that, he goes, my guess is that a lot of that money ended up in the pockets of H Group, not actually condoms. And Nancy Mace replies and goes, yup, we've got a lot of waste to cut. Yes, Nancy, you are waste. So I hope that we could start with your position and we no longer have to pay for you to be in Congress wasting all of our time. She's starting an exploratory committee to run for governor of South Carolina, which will never happen. Nobody will ever vote for her. If you guys elected her to anything, I would lose all respect. But yeah, this is why Elon Musk is telling his 800 million of followers that $50 million of condoms went to Gaza. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 400K. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. Yeah, amen. Let's cut Elon Musk and Nancy. If we have to cut something, can we start with those two? Oh, whoops. Is this muted? Oh, sorry. And so I just want to give you another example. This is Don Bacon, right? He's a representative from Nebraska. Nebraska, do you claim this man? I wouldn't, but he's a representative from Nebraska, and he was spreading this lie too.
And what drove it was the day
even that insane, right? Like, Don Bacon's not the craziest person in the House, which this is sad because on the scale, you know what I mean? Like, but he's definitely not the craziest.
And what drove it was the day leading up to the inauguration, the President Biden's team was putting out billions of dollars of money towards various programs, trying to shovel it out as fast as they could. And they were trying to put a halt on that to review it. I'll give you an example. Like millions of dollars were being sent to Gaza for like condom programs that they found. So they want to put a freeze on some of this stuff and review it. So I think this executive order.
That's you, Nebraska. Do something about this. And I mean, what we need to think about, and I want everyone to think about, is all of these Republicans who are not opposing Trump, who are going along with this, they all need to go. Every single one of these people needs to be voted out. Truly. Yeah, like, let's stop kids from having food, and let's stop disabled people. Let's stop the veterans from making appointments, and let's stop hospitals from being able to have patients. Like, you guys, this is a joke. Like, yeah, this is all propaganda and lies. This is just an example of how they'll make up a lie about anything, and then they will all repeat it. Nobody fact checks anything. None of these people fact check anything. It's just, oh, did we spend $50 million on condoms? I'm just going to lie. I'm just going to say that because Elon Musk said it on X.
No condoms.
Yeah, that means you're in favor of 1,000 condoms
Israel
per man.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1,000 condoms.
Are they worried about safe sex? Because you know what they're doing with the condoms?
No.
They're making condom bombs. That's right. Hamas floats these things up with bomb-making materials and then kaboom, booby-trapped condom. Look it up. It's a dual-use technology. Thank God they got rid of that.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. Jessica, would you like to respond to that?
Absolutely not.
I don't know how Jessica sits in that chair. I would get up and walk off the set. I'd be like, that's it. Can't do it anymore. I tried. She's made it longer than I ever thought. We are the that's what I'm saying. This is their reality, condom bombs or whatever. This is why nothing real ever gets done anymore, because of these people. And I haven't even gotten to the eggs.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. Can you give us an update on the president's plans for his tariff agenda? He spoke a lot about this yesterday, and there's a couple of dates coming up that he's spoken to. Number one, February 1st, he's alluded to both the potential for tariffs for Canada and Mexico, but also China to take effect on those days. What's he thinking about that? Should those countries expect that?
Again, he was asked and answered this question this past weekend when he took a lot of questions from the press, and he said that the February 1st date for Canada and Mexico still holds.
What about the China 10% tariff that he also admitted to last Tuesday going into effect on the same day?
Yeah, the president has said that he is very much still considering that for February 1st.
Separately, yesterday.
Don't buy any all of our lives. The recession starts soon. So if anyone needs any products before all of our, I would suggest get them now. Because this is an absolute S show.
Caroline, on California, could you please clarify what the military did with the water last night as referenced in the president's Truth Social post?
The water has been turned back on in California, and this comes just days after President Trump visited Pacific Palisades, and as you all saw, applied tremendous pressure on state and local officials in Pacific Palisades, including Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, to turn on the water and to direct that water to places in the South.
Does anyone remember when she said she wasn't going to lie? Does anyone remember that she started this out by saying, I am not going to lie? And then she's like, I mean, she's been lying for a long, long time. But like, remember what she's like, oh, I'm going to tell the truth. It's easy to tell the truth when you have a president that has such great policies. And it's like, literally like start pathological lying here.
In the middle of the state that have been incredibly dry, which has led to the rapid expansion of these fires.
Okay, so again, and you know me, because I'm so sick of this. The United States military, we already know. This is what he posted late at night. He did it again. The water is flowing big time in Northern California. The long empty reservoirs will soon be full. They were never empty. This is all a lie of a delusional man who really thinks he knows the most about water. California water regulators deny Trump's claim that U.S. military turned on the water in the state. Remember, this is the report from the California water system. The military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. State water supplies in Southern California remain plentiful. Donald Trump is a liar. And this is a California.gov site. I love Gavin Newsom's rapid response to this. I just took screenshots of he's like, if there's anything anyone wants to know, every expert, he has quotes, Water Association of California Water Agencies. Water supply has not hindered firefighting efforts. Reservoirs in California are at above average storage levels for this time of year, thanks in part to 2 years of proactive water management. The guy in charge of Metropolitan Water District. The Metropolitan Water District of Southern California has enough water in storage to meet roughly 3 years of water demand. We can deliver what our agencies need. Former general managers and chief engineer of Los Angeles Department of Water. There's way more water in local storage than you could ever fight a fire with. Jennifer Pierre, general manager, state water contractors. The policies currently in place overseeing the movement of California maximize water supply and compliance law and based on the best available science. Well, Trump doesn't use science. Then he quotes all these leading state researchers and university professors. This is all available on California.gov. All of them prove Trump's lying, right? Then community voices. Some of these are funny too. Some people are like, what is this man talking about? Yeah, this one. Trump's order on California water policy is what you get when you mix bluster, ignorance, and disinformation. There are no enormous amounts of water that can be redirected legally, economically, or environmentally to different users in California. Oh my God. It's difficult to explain what he's talking about because nobody knows what he's talking about. The idea of a valve and water will just flow is preposterous. I'm sorry. I take research too far for my own enjoyment. It's just like these people. And then the other part is like, I know this because I'm in Arizona. Southern California, he keeps saying Southern California gets their water from the north. They don't. They get it from the Colorado River. We all split it. Nevada, Arizona, and California share water from the Colorado River. Duh. I wish they got it from the north and then we could have more water because we don't have any. We actually have no water. The idea of a valve is completely far-fetched and detached from reality. That's from the Columbia River. LA has plenty of water. Reservoirs are nearly full because of the last 2 years of heavy rain. Anyone who tells you otherwise is trying to score political points off a tragedy. Like this man, Trump just continues to lie. Trump is fixated on false claims about California's water supply as he's using it to withhold disaster aid from wildfire victims. Let's get one easy thing out of the way. There's no valve that needs to be turned on. I love this one. I hope while Trump is in California, he takes a giant faucet. He takes us to the giant faucet that he says releases all the water. I chair the Natural Resource Committee, and I'd love to see it. It's got to be huge. We could turn it on together. Sorry. And then he has all of these sources of articles that dispute everything Trump says. I'm starting to really like Gavin Newsom. California pumps as much water now as it could under Trump era policies. Water reservoirs in Southern California are at record levels. There's no shortage of water in Southern California. Most of California's water does not come from Northern California. In fact, Southern California gets roughly a third of its water from Northern California, a third from the Colorado River, and a third from local sources. State water operations have nothing to do with the local fire response in Los Angeles. The federal administration statements have been repeatedly fact-checked and debunked. There was no spigot to magically make water appear at a wildfire despite the administration's false claims. I'm sorry. Are we clear now? I think it's clear.
And America is back. Christian Dayton.
Thanks, Caroline. Just real quick, you mentioned the inflation executive order the president signed, but egg prices have skyrocketed since President Trump took office. So
he's talking about egg prices. This is important. Because this is what you ran on. You were going to lower prices, egg prices.
Since President Trump took office. So what specifically is he doing to lower those costs for Americans?
Really glad you brought this up, because there is a lot of reporting out there that is putting the onus on this White House for the increased cost of eggs. I would like to point out to each and every one of you that in 2024, when Joe Biden was in the Oval Office, or upstairs in the residence sleeping, I'm not so sure, egg prices increased
How dare you, lady?
55% in this country. We also have seen the cost of everything, not just eggs. Bacon, groceries, gasoline have increased because of the inflationary policies of the last administration. As far as the egg shortage, what's also contributing to that is that the Biden administration and the Department of Agriculture directed the mass killing of more than 100 million chickens, which has led to a lack of
Yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, you can't eat eggs from chickens with bird flu or we will all die. Is she serious? Is she joking? Do you understand? Do you think anyone wants to euthanize all their chickens that produce eggs and farmers want to euthanize them all? Or do you think you have to because they're going to die horrific deaths and then poison the eggs? What do you think, Caroline? Person who said they weren't going to lie.
Chicken supply in this country, therefore lack of egg supply, which is leading to the shortage. So I will leave you with this point. This is an example of why.
And by the way, the euthanizations are happening now, right? Like that's what Rachel Maddow was reporting on this week, is like they're going on now. One of the largest chicken farms is doing it now. I'm sorry, who's president? Who's president? Yeah, it's Trump. It's Trump.
So incredibly important that the Senate moves swiftly to confirm all of President Trump's nominees, including his nominee for the United States Department.
Pivot to another conversation. But really, the reason I wanted to hear her not answer that question and make up lies. Oh, so again, you're not going to bring down egg prices because you guys are liars. Just checking. And then you pivoted to another question that nobody asked you. Oh, wait, I need to find this video. Hold on. I got to find my egg video really quick. I should find my video. Oh, here it is. So I don't even know who made this video. I just found it on someone's page, and it's awesome because it puts together JD Vance when he was doing the stupid grocery store egg thing. It's awesome. So this is September 2024.
Kamala Harris took office, we're short of $1.50 a dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost you around $4 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policies. We could do so much better. We certainly will.
Have you noticed egg prices across the region continue to go up? Experts aren't seeing any relief in sight.
Egg prices are estimated to increase about 20% more this year. That's compared to 2.2% for food prices in general. It's according to the Ag Department.
Soaring egg prices are also impacting local businesses.
Egg prices at nearly $8 a dozen. Can you imagine?
You can't on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at our slate of executive orders, no, Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
I love what she said that. So grocery prices aren't going to come down. It's the same thing when Caroline Leavitt talks. So you're not going to do anything. Just say it. You're not going to do anything. I know. Yeah. And remember what he said? Yeah. He's like, we created a executive order in jobs. I still am looking for that. I said this when I first played that clip because that was Sunday and I played this on Monday, that little last clip with Brennan interviewing JD Vance. I still can't find, because he's like, Trump passed executive orders that creates jobs. I have looked. I don't know. I still can't figure out. I know he made a hiring freeze. I know people that the government had hired now have no jobs. I know they're blackmailing people into leaving their jobs. I still can't figure out where they are creating jobs as of now. I mean, they're probably mean like, oh, we're going to give some billionaires money and the jobs will trickle down. They're going to trickle down, you guys. The jobs are coming any second now. Any second now, those jobs are going to trickle on down because you guys know that trickle down economics works. This country runs on it. Let's go. I wanted to just show a few clips of the response to the federal freeze of money because I thought some people did a good job. Like J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, he did a really good job. Did you guys see this clip of him responding? He basically called out Caroline Leavitt. Like he saw her press conference of her being like, oh, it's no big deal. And he basically did a press conference and was like, well, that's what she said, but that's a lie. And I think I need to tell you the truth. Yeah, I love, he's awesome. Okay, here we go.
Despite what the White House press secretary said at the podium earlier, I believe it is my duty to report to you the truth of what actually happened today in Illinois. Donald Trump's administration is lying to you. The White House's attempt to walk back what they did today does not match what we saw on the ground. They assured us that Medicaid would not be affected. That was a lie. Our state agencies were unable to access the Medicaid system until an hour ago, preventing payments for services. And this has been reported from states across the nation. When we reached out to federal agencies, they informed us that they have been directed not to discuss any guidance with states. They have canceled previously scheduled meetings for this week. The White House assured us that Head Start would not be affected. That was a lie. Providers across the state experienced outages, and some were unable to make their payroll. They assured us that they were doing nothing to take away individual assistance from the most vulnerable people in our state. But they refused to say that they would restore LIHEAP, the Low-Income Housing Energy Assistance Program, payments to support the unemployment system, and Meals on Wheels. These are programs that hundreds of thousands of Illinoisans depend on. Children, seniors, veterans, working parents. Let's just be clear about what happened over the last 24 hours. At 7:42 p.m. last night, we saw a memo from the White House saying that they were pausing federal funding across the board. This morning, along with all 50 states across the country, we discovered that our ability to access critical federal funding had been cut off. And now the administration would like us to believe that these were just coincidental website outages. Donald Trump and his administration have not earned the benefit of the doubt. They are either lying to us or they are critically incompetent.
What do you mean so, Bella? What are you challenging me about it? All I'm doing is giving facts about the man. He comes from the family of people that own the Hyatts. This is J.B. Pritzker. He's the governor of Illinois. I can like him and also know a fact about him that he comes from an obscenely rich family. That's all. Someone asked me, Jer asked me, isn't he rich? And said, yeah, is it the Marriotts? And then I looked it up and realized it's the Hyatts. Okay, Sue, doesn't mean he is bad. Did I ever say that? No. All I said, someone in the comments, Jer asked me, isn't he rich? And I said, I think he owns the Marriotts. And then I looked it up and realized I was wrong. And instead of spreading misinformation, I corrected myself in the comments and 2 people decided to attack me, even though I never said anything with negative connotation. Not once. You guys insinuated it. But yeah, I do think amassing obscene wealth that is passed down tax-free is part of the reason, right? The transfer of wealth without being taxed is an issue in this country. It's how wealth is being consolidated at the top of the economy. If you don't understand our tax system and tax loopholes and how wealth is consolidated at the top of the economy, inherited wealth is an issue. Once it goes up there, it never trickles back down. That's why we're all in this situation. But no, I don't let me give you another example. I despise Rick Scott, right? Senator Rick Scott. He's the richest man in Congress. He got all of his money from Medicare fraud in Texas. Well, he was the CEO of presided over one of the largest Medicare frauds. Then he got this huge, golden parachute and got to leave and nothing bad ever happened to him. He had wealth before that, but I'm just saying he's obscenely wealthy. And I despise Rick Scott for a number of reasons let me just say the second richest person in Congress. Do you know who that is? Dan Goldman, right? the Democrat. I like I have clips of Dan Goldman in this presentation. I think that the work he's done working on Trump's impeachment and being on the Oversight and Accountability Committee, and like, he's such a fabulous litigator. He's done a lot for the left. He's the heir to the Levi's fortune, or one of the heirs to the Levi's fortune. Does that mean now, again, I like a lot. The Levi's fortune is out of San Francisco. I used to work in advertising in the tech industry. They were my client. I used to walk from my office and go to their office. So I actually have fond things. I like Levi's. I like the jeans, but like, do I necessarily think the consolidation of wealth is a great thing? No, I like that Levi's has kept their private company private, but like, yeah, like, I'm just giving examples. I like JD Pritzker. I think he's a great governor. I think he's doing an amazing job. And his family happens to be hoarding obscene wealth. That's just a fact. Right. I wouldn't want Dan Goldman to leave Congress. I think we would be extremely vulnerable. We would be less good at our jobs. The Democrats would be doing a worse job if Dan Goldman left. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying facts. I'm a person that does a lot of research, and I have a really good memory, and I know a lot of things. But yeah, I think J.B. Pritzker is an amazing governor. I think he's an example of, he's running a great state. Like, that's the truth. That's why I have if I'm showing people clips and it's not horrific clips that we're all like, boo, I'm probably showing the clip because I like the person. Like, he does a great job, being in charge of the state, including Chicago. That's a huge job. Illinois is a hard state to run. He's doing good things. He's protecting immigrants. He's doing everything he can. I like the guy. This is a long clip. If you don't know, Jasmine Crockett did a live last night on Instagram. I love Jasmine Crockett. She's great too. She did a live on Instagram like when everyone was freaking out last night, and it was amazing. She was answering, so she was just giving her thoughts on like the federal freeze and like what we need to do and everything. But this is like we can't listen to this whole thing, but man, was it good. It was like 10 minutes. I was like, oh, thank God, I guess I can calm down. Except for I'm like, why are you doing lives on Instagram? Get away from Mark Zuckerberg.
25. If you go back on YouTube and look at some of the clips of various members in committee asking people, such as the guy that they're trying to put over the OMB, he is somebody that I question for sure about this Project 2025 agenda, because he is one of the authors of Project 2025. I am trying to tell you that they don't care about the middle class. So number one, Democrats need to stop saying that we didn't have a middle class agenda. No, our middle class agenda has been taking care of people for a very long time. And I'm going to be clear, it's not just a middle class agenda, it is a poor folk agenda as well. So the idea that people right now are struggling, not knowing whether or not Head Start will actually be available so that they can go out and work, and then the next thing you know, we know that the Republicans are going to say you need to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, even though you can't go to work and you want to go to work. I just tweeted not too long ago about the fact that our unemployment numbers are going to go up. We are headed for a full-on recession, and that is not me trying to be an alarmist. That is me trying to get you to pay attention. So most of you are wondering, what can you do? Well, what we should have done was on November 5th, but nevertheless, this is where we are. So what do we do next? Well, number one, there's a lot of organizations that have decided they are going to engage in litigation. We also need to be supportive of our attorney generals in the good states. The good states are the ones that have this all together. Now, the poor states haven't jumped in this. And frankly, if we get court rulings that benefit the whole country, those poor states like Mississippi, like Louisiana, the ones that rely on the states that bring in the money, like California, etc., then you know what? If y'all not trying to jump in the litigation, don't worry about getting your funding. We'll keep the funding in our states, the ones that have attorney generals that are actually working for the people. So where are we right now? We know that there's been lawsuits filed everywhere. There has been one district court judge as it relates specifically to him trying to stop these funds, okay? That judge has basically said, we gonna put a hold on this. We not doing what you want to do on Monday, February 3rd, when everything is supposed to take effect. Now, the questions are like, what will it impact? Because they got their new little press secretary. She got up there. She lying through her teeth. She just a good MAGA because only loyalists are allowed to be involved. She did not want to answer the questions. They said if it was benefits that go directly to the people, then the benefits will still go directly to the people. The reality is that when they put out the memo, it contradicted what she said. So who knows what all they are trying to go after. It does seem as if SNAP benefits will be on the cutting block. And again, you can go back and watch video footage of me talking about the fact that rural America uses more SNAP benefits than urban America, but urban America seems to get it right when it comes to voting. Rural America, I need you to wake up, because if for some reason you can't put food on your table, just know who you need to blame. In addition,
I love her. You guys should have seen this live. Like, people were going crazy for her in this live. This was the best live ever. One of the best lives I've ever been in. Jasmine Crockett's amazing. She just talked nonstop of like perfect information, like so informed, right? How many things did she just cover that I just spent this whole time talking about? Like, she's just love it. And she's like on her way, like, just to be clear, because I think I cut out the beginning because just to make it a little bit shorter. But the reason she's looking absolutely fierce is she's about to be sworn in and she's late. Like, it was past the time she's supposed to be sworn in, and she's like in the car having a live stream, calming people down and calling people out.
Into that, there is a question about whether or not housing benefits are going to be under attack. From what I can tell, it looks like if you get a housing voucher that it may be under attack. We also know that those that typically get rural electric assistance as it relates to being able to pay those bills, as well as LIHEAP, it looks like those are going to be under attack as well. Let me just tell y'all something. He has a track record of bankruptcy. He has a track record of just not paying his bills. Right now, what he is trying to do is run the federal government the exact same way, in a fraudulent way where we don't pay our bills. So on March 14th, mark my words, I could be wrong, but I think we're going to end up shutting down the government. The problems that we keep seeing is that he is trying to test his power. He said that he was going to be a dictator on day one, and that's exactly what we are experiencing, because he decides that his power of the pen should overrule everything else. The reason that he is wrong, in my legal opinion, is that when it comes to appropriations, that is not something that the president does. It is something that the Congress does. The Congress has the power of the purse. What does that mean? That means that it has to go through 535 people before it makes it to the president's desk. And that is the only way that we literally take in your tax dollars from the various ways that we take in tax revenue. And then we redistribute that money in the various ways that we do. That has to go through Congress. He unilaterally believes that he can, with the stroke of a pen, say, never mind, we're going to undo that. A couple of issues with that. Number one, we have the power of the purse, not the president. Number two, that has already been signed into law. We have organizations that are relying on us. They have made contracts based on that. And so I personally think those organizations need to jump into some of this litigation, because they are relying to their detriment on what we promised them. That's yet more legal terminology. But he tried this when it came down to the Constitution. He believes that he can override the Constitution as well. And so that's why he's been pushed back by a Reagan Republican judge.
It's important to note the person who issued the injunction is like, you can't do this, is a Reagan judge. A trickle down economics, delusional Reagan judge is like, yeah, you can't do this. You can't really do this. Doesn't Jasmine make feel better, though? I was having a complete meltdown yesterday, and then I heard this, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll keep fighting. I know, I could listen to her talk all day. I know. I saw this, and I was like, we really shouldn't listen to this whole clip, but then she starts talking, and you're just like, okay, keep talking. You're making me feel better. And I didn't know it was a Reagan judge. It's like a DC Reagan judge. That's crazy.
immediately where they said you can't get rid of birthright citizenship. But I think that what he's trying to do is he is daring this Trump Supreme Court to cross him. Listen, all we need is some people with a backbone, and that's on both sides of the aisle. We need some Republicans that say we are not okay with you destroying everything. And when I say everything, it's not just gonna be black folk, it's not just gonna be brown folk, it's gonna be rural white folk as well. So if y'all don't come together and understand we need to organize for the midterms right now, or at least yesterday, then we are going to continue to go down this road. So right now, all I can tell you is that we don't have the numbers. I'm going to do everything that I can to say the Democrats need to stand together, and we need not give them anything, because if they are not promising to do right by us, not to mention even if we engage in negotiations, if he feels like he can just go ahead and take all the Democratic priorities out of whatever, then we also are going to be losing. So right now, I know everybody is panicked. I know everyone is upset, and I completely understand. All I can tell you is that hopefully we will have some judges, whether they are Democrats or Republican appointees, that will follow the law. This is very simple. What he is doing is lawless. He is lawless, and y'all decided that y'all wanted a thug in chief, and that's exactly what we got. We got somebody that showed y'all he don't have no respect for the law. He will continue to violate the law. He is violating the law. We will see if judges will continue to enable him to violate the law. I am sorry, y'all, because I'm running late, so I gotta go in, because my district, the ones that make sure that they hire me, and they are the only ones that can fire me, they are waiting on me to get inside so that we can go ahead and have our in-district swearing in. I promise y'all I'm gonna do everything that I can to keep you abreast, but it is like drinking from a fire hose, and that is how they operate. They want us to feel the amount of chaos that we feel. They want us to feel like, you know what, all is lost. But we have been here before. We have had a civil rights movement, and we won that. We will win again if we just pull together. Stop letting them divide us. This isn't about whether or not you agree that black people should have jobs, whether women should have jobs, whether you agree on reproductive access, whether you agree that those that are struggling should have access to food, whether you agree that those that are struggling should have access to childcare, whether you think our seniors should get Meals on Wheels and should be able to eat. It's not about whether or not you agree with any of that. And I would hope that we all agree with decency, but it seems like decency went out the window in this country. But you have to understand that if they can attack one of us, they can attack all of us. So stop letting them divide you over things like trans folk. Because guess what? Everybody that got upset about the trans folk, listen, that's now impacting whether or not you have food. Or everybody that was convinced that the immigrants were taking the black jobs, so to speak. But now we got people that aren't showing up to the farms, and now we have record prices when it comes to eggs. And now he wants to say, you know what, CDC, you're not allowed to send out information about things such as COVID-19, or FDA, you're not allowed to warn of the things that are going on in our food supply. Literally, people will die if we don't come together. It is time out for all the division. All we need is decency, and we need people that are really signing up to do the job for all American people and not looking out just for the billionaire few. All right, so I gotta go. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I will do my best to stay on top of this.
Was all just the top of your head? Start a cult. We'll all join. I'm in it. I joined last night. I was like, that's it. I'm giving up. And then I came across this live, and I was like, I'm going to keep fighting. Like, I know. I knew you guys would love that. Doesn't that make you feel better? I know. At least Jasmine Crockett for at least vice president. Like, she's for something. Like, are you kidding me with that? That was just a random live off the top of her head last night. Like, never breathed once. Wasn't like, that was just, I know. You can count on me to bring the receipts, because I knew we needed something. I was like, I'm going to find some clip that's going to make us all feel better. But that's the truth. We cannot be divided, right? Our power, like all of us being like, what the F is going on, is the reason Donald Trump took it all back today, right? This is Stephen Miller's BS. That's who came up with all of this. That's who wrote all of it. He was on CNN saying it's his BS and being like, everyone's being dramatic. Like, it's very clear. No, it's not clear, weirdo. And it's very clear even now. They're still going to try it. right? Trump just wanted to scare everyone, but they're still going to try it. They're going to try it in secret. We got to keep our heads on a swivel. But that's what I'm saying. The good news is the Democratic caucus and Congress, like pound for pound, our IQs are so much higher. Like, no offense to the Republicans, but they are. I mean, the scary part about the Republicans is they're all yes men. None of them are thinking for themselves, right? So they just get a list of talking points and then you hear them all echoing the same points. And that's annoying. But, it's easy to fact check them and speak truth to power. I want to show you also, Chris Murphy made a really good video yesterday, too, that is worth watching. I mean, it's nothing compared to Jasmine Crockett's live, but Chris Murphy made a really good video. Because, I mean, he connected all this together, which I think he's doing a great job painting this whole picture of oligarchy and the rise of an autocracy.
Trump announced that he was going to implement a shutoff to virtually all federal funding in this country. Let me tell you why that really matters. First, it matters to you and your family and your community. That means that police officers don't get federal funding. That means firefighters don't get federal funding. That means your schools that your kids go to don't get their federal funding. That means nursing homes are shut off from funding. This is an immediate crisis for our kids, for public safety, for our seniors, for our healthcare system. And why? Because Donald Trump is trying to seize power. That is what is happening. Take together everything that has happened in the first week and understand it as part of the same story. First, the immunization of political violence. If you commit violence in my name, then you will be excused and let off the hook.
That is so important. That's such the immunization of political violence. If it's for Donald Trump, it is fine, right? That is exactly what happened in 1930s Germany, right? If you're doing it in the name of the Reich, it's cool.
Firing of all of the inspector generals that sit inside these agencies to make sure that your money, taxpayer money, isn't being stolen from you. And now the decision by Donald Trump to shut down all federal money except the money he wants to spend. And guess where Donald Trump is going to decide to unfreeze federal grants? To the companies run by his billionaire friends, to the states and congressional districts run by members of Congress or governors that are loyal to him. All of a sudden, we transition from a democracy to a monarchy, because that's what a king does, uses the money in the treasury to reward his friends and to punish his enemies. That
is exactly what Tim Walz ran on. I saw Tim Walz speak 5 times live. That is what Tim Walz was saying. This is what he did during COVID. If you were a blue state, no PPE for you, right? If you were a red state, if he liked you, you could have all the favors in the world if you were doing him favors, right? It's the Hunger Games. That's what a king does, right? That's what Henry VIII, when you look at Tudor England, right? You have your court, the few gentlemen around him, and he'd be like, you get this dukedom, you get this dukedom, you get this dukedom. That is what an oligarchy is. And he's tying this all together beautifully.
What Donald Trump announced last night, that he alone, not the voters, not members of Congress, will decide who gets money, what schools get funded, what hospitals stay open, and nobody else. That's not democracy. Yes, the funding freeze is going to make life miserable for regular people. But we are also confronting a constitutional crisis that requires all of us, Democrats, the media, Republicans, the American people, to rise to this moment. Trump.
Right, Chris, we could do it, you guys. We really can do it. After I heard Jasmine speak last night, I just said we could do it. And actually, this live has made me feel better. I was feeling sad at the beginning, but you guys always make me feel better. Seriously, it makes me remember, oh no, I guess we are going to keep fighting. I want to talk about briefly about the federal hiring, or not hiring freeze. Obviously there's a federal hiring freeze, but about them trying to now force federal workers to resign. I was talking about this yesterday because I was so disturbed by it. And every time I open this happens. Here. I love Andy Bashir. I'm not gonna play the whole clip, but the governor, Andy Bashir, he's the blue dot in the red state of Kentucky. He's the Democratic governor. He was an attorney general. He made a video, and I knew he was the former attorney general of Kentucky, but he was saying that he actually once sued someone. This happened in Kentucky, like what Trump did on a huge scale. Someone tried to do in Kentucky, withhold funding that had been allocated by the state legislature, and he sued to the Supreme Court and won. So, I love Andy Bashir. I think he's a great example of how you can be Democratic and get elected over and over and over in the state of Kentucky. But I sent this in the Discord, and I think on Substack, and this email is crazy, right? And what I want to show, it was titled "Fork in the Road," and I sent this out yesterday. It basically says, at this time, we cannot give you full assurance regarding the certainty of your position or agency, but should your position be eliminated, you will be treated with dignity and will be afforded the protections in place for such positions. And I immediately thought of Elon. Do you guys know that Elon Musk did this? And then I saw reporters were reporting on it, because I remember when he was doing this, and then people were releasing the emails of Elon Musk doing this a long time ago. And then a reporter actually compared them and put them next to each other. He did this at Twitter. Look, it was titled the same thing. He did this. This one is Twitter. This is what they did yesterday. This is all Elon Musk. So I just want you guys, this is not an elected official. This is the richest man in the world who's gone off the deep end. And he's already done this. This has already happened. This is just another play from the Union Buster playbook. You could yeah, it's really small. I mean, you can screenshot it and enlarge it if you want. If you want, I can only enlarge it so much, right? I could enlarge one, but yeah, you can screenshot this and then you could enlarge it yourself, right? But yeah, it's just know, they sent this email out, and they're basically saying, which, understand how bad this is for the taxpayers. They're threatening federal employees and saying, you have until X date to decide. Oh God, don't make me say it off the top of my head. I think it's February something to decide what you want to do, and we'll pay you through September 30th in full. Just agree to leave. We don't want you here. Yeah, it's February 6th. It is the 6th. Thank you, Donnie B. Yeah, so they have until then to decide. But the reason I'm talking about this, well, I can't listen to that. I don't even want to get into that right now. But I want to listen to Tim Kaine, and then I want to listen to a labor lawyer. They're not going to pay them. But again, even if they did, imagine that's I was listening to someone do the calculations. That could be $100 billion. They can't pay them. Low estimates. And there are going to be labor lawsuits. This is crazy. But listen to Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine was on the Senate floor basically be like, this guy's a grifter. Don't trust him. Oh, whoops.
Received said, and they received an email that said from the administration, if you tender your resignation by next Friday, we will guarantee you payment through the end of September, whether or not you show up for work. So tender your resignation, and then, boy, it's just going to be a gravy train. You're just going to get paid for 7 months without working. The president has no authority to make that offer. There's no budget line item to pay people who are not showing up for work. This is a guy who made this promise to contractors again and again and again when he was a private business guy. Oh, come work for me on my casino. Come work for me in a hotel. We're going to do a handshake. We're going to do a contract. The contractor does the work and then finds out they get stiffed. So my message to federal employees who receive this is, yeah, the president has tried to terrorize you for about a week and then gives you a little sweetheart offer. If you resign in the next week, we're just going to pay you for doing nothing for the next 7 months. Don't be fooled. He's tricked hundreds of people with that offer. If you accept that offer and resign, he'll stiff you just like he stiffed the contractors. He doesn't have any authority to do this. Do not be fooled by this guy. You were here before he was here, and you'll be here after he was here. Show up for work, be diligent, serve Americans every day, make their life better, answer their phone call, give them an answer, track down their constituent call. Don't be fooled by a fake offer that because he's terrorized you in the last week, it would be easy to just resign now and get a check for 7 months, because I can tell you that promise is worth nothing.
I love Tim Kaine. I love the Senate Democrats are coming alive now. And just if you don't believe Tim Kaine, who is an appropriator of funds, and it's true, the budget that was approved, Trump just tried to cancel, right? Congress has to approve the budget. He can't just be like, we're going to pay you guys. Wink, wink. Yeah, go interview the contractors in New York that thought, in New Jersey, that thought they were getting paid too. But then this is a labor lawyer who specializes. He's on TikTok, by the way. I'll enlarge his name in case anyone wants to follow him for more advice. This is a professional federal labor lawyer who went to Duke.
Hey everyone, it's Sean Southworth here. I'm a Duke Law educated federal employment attorney who spent the past decade representing federal employees. So you've probably seen that email about a so-called deferred resignation program. Tempting, right? But before you jump, let me share a few quick thoughts after looking into it. First of all, illusory benefits. It might sound like free pay until September, but there could be huge caveats. You could be giving up federal job protections and retirement eligibility, potentially for nothing, if the program's details fall through or get challenged. Loss of rights. Voluntarily resigning could erase your appeal options if the agency later decides to reorganize or terminate employees. You might lose your shot to fight back. Too soon to act. We don't have full clarity. Policies can change, get blocked, or face legal challenges. There's a chance this entire offer is nothing more than smoke and no substance. I can't, of course, give legal advice on TikTok because I don't know who you are, but I do want you to be informed. If you resign prematurely, you risk forfeiting benefits and job security, maybe unnecessarily. It's way too soon to jump on an offer that could vanish or morph next week. So what should you do? Well, I think you should wait, should talk to your union, consult an employment attorney, and take a breath and gather all the facts. This is your career, your livelihood, and your benefits are on the line. Stay calm, stay informed, and don't let fear or confusion push you into a quick decision. I'll keep you all updated as we learn more. Follow me for more insights.
Right before I started the video, I said, after I'll show you his name, just watch the video. And then literally everyone in the comments is yelling at me. If everyone would just listen when I speak, I swear this would be, I literally said right before I started the video, hey, after this, I'll enlarge his name. He's on TikTok, and then everyone can screenshot it or follow him. And then 50 people are like, what's his name? In all caps. This is his name. If he's on TikTok here. Attorney ATTY for federal employees. And again, I put this, if you want to link to this video, but like this was on X. I make these outlines off X. So it's not going to link you back to TikTok like that. If you want to see him, wait, can you guys see that? Wait, hold on. Why can't you guys? Is it frozen? Hold on a second. This is weird. Hold on. Let me figure this out. Why can't you guys? That is so strange. I can see. Oh, hold on. I just realizing. I don't think for some reason because I've seen other videos where you guys can't see the. You can see the. Oh, when I screenshot it, the watermark disappears. That is so weird. Yeah, it doesn't happen. That doesn't happen on every video. For some reason, when I'm screen sharing, the watermark is disappearing. Here, let me. It almost looks like there's a space. Let me just look this up really quick. I just want to look up and make sure I get it right. But it's ATTY for federal employees. That is so strange. I can see the watermark and you guys can't. Okay, not two S's. I'm spell checking myself. Hold on. It's at ATTY for federal employees. I spelled it right. There you go. I've never seen that. Normally when I enlarge those, you guys can see them. But here, I can take a screenshot of it and then put it up. That's probably the best way to make sure everyone, because I've seen a couple of his videos before on X. He gives really good advice, and everyone needs some. I've recently met a lot of people that work for the federal government, so I do want to make sure people have the information that they need. Here, give me 1 second. Okay. Now you can see it because I took it. Can you see it now? Yeah. It almost looks like there's a space, but I assume I've never seen a TikTok thing with space. But if you want to screenshot that right now so you have it forever, that is his name. No problem. Yeah, no. Good legal advice is important in these scary times. And he's definitely giving some good legal advice. But I think Tim Kaine gave the best legal advice. Don't ever trust Donald Trump. Ever. For any reason. Like, how many people have to tell stories about... Don't trust... How many people do we have to watch him throw under the bus before we don't trust Donald Trump? Like, truly. I don't know how anybody at this point ever could believe a word Donald Trump said. I have one more video I wanted to show you guys, too, on immigration. Like, there's this guy, just an example of an immigration stop. I think I have it, or maybe I left it out. I don't know. Because it's important to make sure people don't get arrested. And this was, I have it somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Give me 1 second. And tomorrow, again, I'm going to clip the rest of the RFK hearing. Oh, here it is. I got it. So again, even if you're a citizen, you don't have to do anything they say without a warrant. And if you're the driver of the vehicle, right? Like, I think this is a great example. Oops.
Department of Homeland Security order. It's a warrant. Okay. No, it's not a warrant. It's not a warrant under the Constitution of the United States. Warrant of arrest of alien. Yeah, warrant of arrest of alien not signed by a judge. It's not a judicial warrant. I have no obligation to oblige by that warrant. Lawful warrant signed by a judge of the Immigration and Nationality Act and an official designated with that authority. Are you hearing this, Mark? Yeah, I'm telling my mom on my way. Our attorney's on his way. Okay. What's that gonna?
That's not a warrant.
That is a warrant.
No, it's not. It's a Department of Homeland Security order.
It's a warrant.
Okay. No, it's not a warrant. It's not a warrant under the Constitution of the United States.
It's a warrant under the Immigration and Nationality Act of the United States.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not under the Constitution. You have no jurisdiction over me as a citizen. I'm the driver of this vehicle.
And you know what? This clip was like pretty famous for a while. Even a Fox was like, they played this clip and they're like, holy shit, this guy is smart. You don't, unless there's a warrant signed by a federal judge, you don't have to do anything. So you don't think it could apply to you, but you never know when it might. Oh, Joyce, thank you for the $5 for the therapy fund, because God knows I'm going to need it. $10, please. You are our Jasmine Crockett. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, Leanne. Thank you. Jasmine Crockett is our Jasmine Crockett. Karen, thank you so much for the $5 for TikTok. Any warrant has to be signed by a judge. Yeah, and like he's like, the Department of Homeland Security can give a warrant to like police officers and say, you guys need to do this. That's for them. That has nothing to do. They have to get a warrant to do something to you as an American citizen. And that does need to be signed by a judge, especially if you're operating the vehicle. So yeah, like always know your rights. And someone said those red cards are awesome. Look up red cards. Like there are things people like that have your rights. Just know your rights. Like this already happened to us in Arizona once. Like we already had to go through this, and it was with SB 1070. Like we had immigration checkpoints where they were racially profiling people. Just make sure you know what your rights are, because you never know when you could be accosted by the police. Truly, I mean that. Anyways, it's 5:00. I need to get some sleep. I am super tired. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm going to clip the RFK hearing and we'll go through that tomorrow, and whatever else. Yeah, Joe Arpaio, which by the way, yes, Sheriff Joe, the guy who put people in pink underwear. Yeah, he was from Arizona and he was in charge of SB 1070. And just know he's one of the Trump pay for pardons. Sheriff Joe. Trump pardoned. He did so many shady things in this state, of which he was convicted, pardoned by Donald Trump. But tell me again about about Joe Biden pardoning people. Oh, yes. Thank you, Dawn. Great reminder. We need to raid somebody. Who's live? Who is live? Do you guys tell me? Who do you want to raid? Thank you so much, because I was not going to remember that. This headband is officially coming off. Dean, yay, let's do raid Dean. I saw a really funny clip of Dean. Oh, is Pickles on? Can we raid? Is Pickles on? I don't know if Pickles is on. You guys have to tell me who's live. If Pickles is live, let's do raid Pickles. He's my favorite person. Yeah, let's raid Pickles. He's awesome. Guys, go have fun. Watch Pickles and tell him I said hi. Thanks, Chris. I enjoyed you being here. Yeah, raid Pickles, because I love Pickles and he's our friend. I'll debate with him more. That was fun yesterday. I missed doing that. I'm going to go take a nap, and I shall see you guys later. Go tell Pickles I said hi. Later, Gators.